kicks over on YouTube. There it goes. We're going to pick up where we left off in Coral Island. We are very, very close to S ranking. I mentioned it before on the Twitch side. We've got 3 fish we're missing. 1 in the fall during the rain day, 1 in the winter during a bad weather day, and 1 in the cave in the winter, and that's all the fish. The insects are done, the critters are done. The ocean's done. And then we have, I think it was 4 relics and 7 fossils to go. I might actually have those reversed. Otherwise, the museum will be done after that. We did get married last time. The bakery inside of the rec center is great. I stop there every time I'm near the blacksmith. You know, the one that opened yesterday. So literally I've had 1 opportunity if I've gone to the blacksmith in the last 24 hours. Step a bit closer? Sure. Sure. I'll lean in when you're ready. But yeah, so... Oh, and check out Basette playing some Pokemon Black and White version 2. So if you like to hang out and just, you know, see some Pokemon and all that, you can see that over there. It's not all they play, but there's stuff there. But yeah, so we're kind of in a maintenance mode right now, where I am kind of rushing through a bunch of the animal care stuff. You're going to see me neglect a lot of things in the short term, because we're on the home stretch where we're focusing on the stuff that matters. The stuff that's going to, like, time gate us, that kind of thing. Okay, so what prints do I have the least of? You, and you. So to keep these prints going... we'll grab the stuff for the money. Pretty soon I'm going to start ignoring this for a while. We do have the festivals. I'm still going to attend the festival. I don't think I'm going to talk to everybody. Yeah, so you're still upgrading all those to osmium rank. Love to see it. There's the gold bars. That said, we're still petting the rabbit, because it doesn't matter if we're done with this world. The rabbit's still going to get the rabbit pets. We're not cruel. And then this is a actual playthrough day. Alright, so we're looking for osmium quality lychee. We got gold. It is set up to get where we can get osmium quality. I wonder if that's another one that's worth us grabbing. Well, I need 8 of these. Oh, before I make a mistake here, pick you back up. And for right now, I'll put you down here. I'll drop the lychee in there. That way, when that jam gets fully upgraded to osmium, it can start working on upgrading the lychee. We can also do... so that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can go and work and start upgrading those as well. Because I forgot we could just do this. We'll check. I'm not sure if those need to be jam or just straight up mangoes. But yeah, I forgot we have the upgrade the quality thing. I can just chuck the stuff in there and let it process too. But the issue is I need the large buffalo milk, and we've only gotten 2 of those so far. And I need the large ostrich eggs, which fortunately have all been osmium quality, every one we've gotten so far, if I'm not mistaken. And I think we're at 4 out of the 8 I need. Make that 5. Yeah, oh, sorry, we are at 4 now. Alright. You have large wool. I needed the large wool, didn't I? Right, because I needed the large wool for the fabric. Okay. And thank you, Ballistic Badger, for the 210 stream streak, and Illy's Bid for the 25 stream streak. I appreciate that. Alright, so I think we got all our maintenance done here. I actually don't really need to be doing any of the stuff in the ocean. I'm going to go ahead and do it anyways. Just because. But, like, I'm not going to bother making more seeds or anything like that. Yeah, and I honestly don't even care about the output there. We'll just keep it running, so it's still producing. You know, keep that going. Alright, so with all that, the priorities I have today, let's actually go by the museum first before we continue on. And double check what we were missing, because like I said, I believe it's 3 fish, 4 relics, and 7 fossils, I believe what we were missing. So we look here, so it's 7 fossils, 3 fish, 4 relics, so I have it right, and everything else we've got. So we're just looking for the 4 remaining relics, the 7 remaining fossils, and the fish we already know what's going on. So there's not really a reason for me to target one area or another, I don't think. But what we're going to go ahead and do is going to hop up to the mines. When I'm saying relics, I mean artifacts. They are artifacts in the game. I just keep calling them relics. But yeah, since I need both, there's not really a reason for me to target one or the other, because when I go here, I can go to the caves with the intent of targeting fossils or relics or whatever. And if I approach by going to the steeper area here, I'm targeting all of them. Now, the only loss is when I get a geode. The geodes don't help. They can't give me what I need. I already got all the geode goodies. But I figure I'll split between the two until such time that I have one that I no longer need. And then when I hit that point, we will target whichever the other one is. Oh, and Sniper Spice declaring their victory, so bear with me with that. Give me 2 seconds. I want to go ahead and get that set up on our end here, so we have... Sniper Spice here. Let me make sure... Because you need to be given your brand new role in the Discord as having one Twitch. So I got that handled on the Discord. And then, you know, I need to clean up my notes so badly here. I've got so many things I just don't need. So this note can go in the garbage. It's junk. The house upgrades and the barn upgrades, those notes can go in there. Those are junk. The auto feeder and all that, those upgrades, what I need for the various other stuff there is junk. That doesn't matter. That's a thing I don't need. Alright. Because I do have something that needs to be moved into a bunch of things. What are you even about? That's Hightail. Oh, those are really old. Yeah, I have notes about TwitchCon. This is because writing things down's helped me remember things. And then I have the product of the notes. So 90% of my notes don't actually matter. There's the one I'm looking for. The note of the people who have won it. So we had Sniper Spice who just won it. And this might be the one that forces me to actually go and move this over because I am out of space on this note. You're getting written up the side column because I don't have space left on that page. But yeah, no, there's a bunch of people who have won Twitch at this point. Oh wait, oh that's a decrease the cost. All right, false alarm. I was about to be like Pulverizer. All right, you decrease the cost. That's okay. I was about to be like, crap, I don't have room for that. Okay, so let's go pick that up. But congratulations on winning Twitch. Your victory is well earned and all that stuff. But thank you for that. For those who don't know, the declare winning Twitch is, you know, it's a fun thing that people said. I still want to do a thing on the channel in some way to, like, have maybe, in the credits, you know, people have won Twitch or something like that. I need to figure that out. Whatever.
Thank you Thaverlast Lardine for subscribing for 27 months. 3.
And thank you, Craven Horde, for the 100 stream streak, and thank you, the very last Lardine, for the tier 1 sub. So 27 months sub to the channel. I do really appreciate it. Honorary VIP. I mean, I think honestly most of the people who have won Twitch are VIPs. I wouldn't be against people who have won Twitch getting VIP. I usually am not on the edge of running out of VIPs at any point. That is certainly a graphic.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Allison Adventures, for the 1,000 biddies. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, I just saw like the bunch of like the little... I didn't catch what animal they were bouncing up the screen. It's like, what's that? But thank you so much for those biddies. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, no, I could see doing like VIPs for that. There's also, I need to go through. I'm not good about keeping up with the VIPs. I probably should also just go through and add VIP for a bunch of people as well. Because we've got a bunch of like creators who are friends of the channel. I probably should have a VIP on them that don't have it. You know, I've just gotten to meet a lot of people after the last couple years. Let's see, well, you're on your way of winning if you could have VIP when you win. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't be against that. I'll check, because we should only have, what are we up to? 12 people have won Twitch, I believe? It's either 11 or 12. I believe we're up to 12. I'm pretty sure it's 12. And so, I'll have to check, because I know I have a limited number of VIPs. I think I should have plenty. Because I want to say it's a limited number, but it's a pretty generous limited number we have of VIPs. Like 100 or 50 or something like that.
Yay.
And thank you, Allison, for another 100 biddies. I really do appreciate it. It might be 100. I think it's a high enough number that it shouldn't be a problem. But, like, it's just not something I know off the top of my head. Because I haven't had a thing where you could, like, redeem to get VIP or anything like that at any point. The way I've handled VIP in the past is, like, I'll kind of grab people who, you know, they're either, like, friends of the channel / like, other creators that, you know, I highly recommend, that kind of thing. There's been a handful of people who've been here since, like, the very, very beginning, before I was affiliated or anything. I gave a decent number of them VIP as, like, a thank you for being here, you know, from the beginning, kind of helping this whole thing get off the ground. So VIP in the sense that this wouldn't be a thing without them. Alright, and thank you for the hype train. Well, sorry, level one achieved. I just saw the emote unlocked, I thought the hype train had ended. The Smurfs VIP is quite brutal. That's how you know. Yeah, because Smurf does the thing where you can redeem a thing to get VIP. And, whenever someone redeems it, like, I think it's a random person who has VIP gets their VIP yoinked to make space for it. I believe is what it is. I don't think it was the oldest. I think it was random, because I don't think we can, at least not that I'm aware of, I don't think you can sort by the oldest. And redeem, you can remove one. Yep. Yeah, it's just like kind of a vanity thing. Like I said, for me, I try to do it where if there's like other creators, you know, like that, or we've got some game devs who I've given it over the years, and all of it's that way. Like at a glance, when you see someone pop in, even if they're not like partnered or whatever, or even if they are partnered for that matter, you can be like, hey, this is someone where I was like, yeah, this person checks out. And then, like I said, you know, people have been kind of big to the community and all that. Like, I haven't, at least I don't think we've had a case where we've had VIP and moderator kind of thing, because it's just assumed a moderator is an important person of the community. But yeah, I should probably go through, do some cleanup. I imagine I'm nowhere near running out. But I think giving anyone who unlocks Twitch VIP, I think that's fair. Like winning Twitch is, you know, 1.5 million points because of how much people have increased the cost of it, so. There was a great purge a few days ago. Someone wasted millions of points removing VIPs. Excellent. Meanwhile, I don't have a reason to not use the explosives. You got another one of these to pick up. Not the fiber. I don't care about plant fiber. Okay, before I do any more of those, just want to make sure there isn't any nodes down here. Alright, and I want to be back to where the what's the word I'm looking for? The black market shows up at 8. Yeah, no, that's kind of the thought I had, is like, to me I would rank mod as kind of higher on the hierarchy than VIP. Not that it's that kind of a hierarchy. Just in the sense that, you know, VIP is like saying this is someone who, you know, like, I vouch for, they're solid, like, recommend whatever, versus someone who I mod, it's like, I have put trust in this person. You know, I've given them a certain level of authority over my channel. Probably still have some stuff to get rid of. These I can just buy. Plant fiber can go. Venom sack I don't need. And thank you for the level 2 hype train at 0% with 1 gifty sub and 1,100 biddies. I do really appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Alright, so not a particularly productive day going to the mines. But that's fine. But yeah, no, I need to go through that. Like, the VIPs are one I don't often mess with. The other one I don't mess with too often is the Founders thing. It's probably like once a year or twice a year. I'll go through with the Founders badges on channel. I think you only get like 15 or 25. It's really a small number. But I do have a tendency to go through and be like, okay, you know, if someone's not even been on the channel or their account got banned or something like that, like if they've not been on the channel for like a year plus or whatever, then usually the way I look at it is like, all right, let me clear out that Founders badge and give it to someone who's still around. There's a lot of people that, you know, they just stop watching Twitch one day, and I kind of recognize the people who are here. But I make it a very long window, like I said. Like a year, year and a half. That they gotta be gone before I would be like, okay. Because I can't give the Founders badge to someone. What happens is I take the Founders badge from someone, and then it becomes available to whoever would be the next person in the line. And I don't get to see who that is until, you know, welcome, what can I get you? Alright. We're looking for anything that could get us what we need. So sadly, no new stuff this time. We did buy an extra container from her. So we'll see if we got lucky. Alright. So I got all that sorted. Let's check. So somewhere here, I had chucked the large wool cloth. Okay, so I have 11. I've got 11 of those, and I needed 20. And that's what's keeping the rec center from its next advancement. And for of that 20, I've already got, so 11, 12. They're waiting on those to process. I do have enough to get that all done. It just needs time to go. One of the things we can do is let's stop by the mural real fast. I believe I need 4 century eggs of the large ostrich ones, and I believe I need 4 mayonnaise of the large ostrich eggs. So large ostrich mayonnaise. I just want to double check the amounts. I know it's the century and the mayo I need. It's just the volume I'm uncertain about. I'm pretty sure it's 4 though. Yeah, so it's 4 of each, and they need to be osmium quality. So I do have the ostrich eggs for 1 of those. The century eggs take longer, so that's the one we're going to do first. And I believe to make century eggs, I gotta take the ostrich eggs and then salt them first, and then put them in an aging barrel. So we salt them by plunking them in there. Then for now, I'm going to make an extra aging barrel. You plunk it right next to you. I'm going to make 2 aging barrels. The reason I'm going to do that is if I split it between the 2 aging barrels, it can go faster. Yeah, I have a question for you. You know you enjoy Farming Center. Have you ever checked out Grimshire? I have looked at it briefly because I had people bring it up. I have not played it yet. It does look interesting in the fact that, like, you know, if you're not bringing in enough food, then people starve and all sorts of stuff. So it's got, like, consequences, which is an interesting thought. But I haven't properly dug into it. It was suggested. It is on a. It's like I have the list of games that I might curiously pop into later. It did make that list as one I wanna check back in on. Sometimes people ask if my boat has a name. I've never really thought about it. Like, I was just thinking in my head, it's like, I thought of naming it Cheryl once, but then someone mentioned that I had been riding Cheryl, and that did not make me feel okay. So I decided to not do that. Okay, so I think windy day isn't good enough. We need an actual rainy day. I'm double checking everything because I think this is the first windy day we've had all season. All right, and we don't have any insects or anything. Yeah, it's rain or storm. I was pretty sure it was rain or storm, but it's one of those things. Especially like, there's a couple of wind condition or a couple weather conditions that are sort of like. They're not specifically rain, but they're kind of rain adjacent, and sometimes they count for stuff, and sometimes they don't. But, still. Drop those off. Grab the last egg here real quick. We got a sentry egg being made. We got our first of our osmium mangosteen stuff going. Okay. As you can see, it's very, very good, but still early access, but you figured to bring it up because it's truly an excellent game. Yeah, so that's one of those games that I'm kind of leaning towards the waiting to see, like, when it's not early access, like how it lands. Or not necessarily not early access, but when it's like closer to done kind of thing. That's all fine. It's a large buffalo milk that's not high enough quality yet. But that's okay. We got a little friendo over here who will let us slowly churn through making the quality of stuff better. So I'm in no rush for it to go quickly. Alright. Extra chance of quality, that's fine. I'm imagining with the auto harvesting things, that extra chance of quality, I'm assuming it probably applies at the end of the day. With the animal products, I mean. Let's see, why have you not added more auto chests outside? Just so you have some of the house. I haven't needed them. I don't actually want all the things auto chested. There's some things when it comes to the auto chests that I don't want certain things to go to certain machines. Like for example, I don't want necessarily to have the Mayo thing and the age up thing in the same thing for the times I want to make stuff that I don't need aged up. A lot of these fossils and all that, when one of these clears up, I don't want it to accidentally get grabbed by one of the other materials and chucked in there. So I am deliberately separating these out. I also don't want these to continuously like refill them again and again. I just want the two, get those out and swap them out. If we're talking strictly a lot of the if we were looking strictly at a lot of the stuff like where I'm going to make honey into mead, anytime I get a flower, I want to make it into honey. Anytime I get honey, I want to make it into mead of those ones, so that I have no problem just wiring up the whole thing. But it is times you're going to want that and not. Alright, so did we get any new fossils? Nope. All those fossils stacked right away. But no new fossils today. Oh, I just noticed I had 6 more fossil nodes. My inventory is probably full. I think you're new. You are new. Alright, so we got a new fossil, so we're now down to 6 remaining fossils. And little by little we get there. So 6 remaining fossils and 4 remaining relics, artifacts, whatever you call them. Drop the other ones off. Now I go to the blacksmith to get their stuff processed. Too bad you can't pull duplicates into a crusher to make ones you don't have. Yeah, I mean, these days with the Cavern of Memories, it's not that bad to, get everything. I think that one might be a new one as well. Like, it's not too bad to try and get your missing ones. I do have a new one. I actually got 2 of it, which is even more awesome. Which would mean I'm down to 3 artifacts after we drop this off. And then those are done. So we consider we hopped in there, and between the 2 of them we were sitting on, what, like 11 things I needed? We dropped down about 20% of them. Yep, so 3 artifacts, 6 fossils, 3 fish. And then we're done. Hello from your new PC? Congrats on the new PC. Alright, so with this day, we're not actually playing this day out. We got this all sorted out here. What I ought to do, this is probably something I shouldn't be worrying about. Nah, it's fine. So I'm not gonna bother playing this day out. We are waiting on things to just churn through, that just require day resets and all that. We don't have anything else we're gonna worry about today. So we're gonna advance the day until we reach Tuesday, or we have something else that comes up that needs my attention. I will actually have the festival, because when we hit Tuesday, that'll be the next time we can get the new round of smuggler stuff. And then we'll play out a full day. Peanut butter are smart cats. I always see them around town jumping up and down. I wasn't aware of the fact that it made them smart, but okay. And we pet the rabbit every single day. It brings us joy. I actually meant to ring the bell, but we'll check in here while we're here. Okay. For how long these things take. You already downloaded Enshrouded? Nice. Yeah, I've been debating what we'll be playing next after, you know, we properly wrap up Coral Island, which my intention is that to be today. Because we're on that home stretch, that a lot of it's just advancing time, getting it done. Okay, our sentry eggs are all queued. These are all getting done. Love to see that. So we got the wool done. I actually don't care about what's going on in there. This is going to be one of the bottlenecks here. These 2 trees in the middle. Those ones. I have stuff that drops off those. And until they're grown, that's just what it is. Okay, so you got 3, 6, 9, 13, 15, and I need 20. Now, if I have this, say, like, extra item, like, good blessing of extra item, we'll deviate from our plan and just go to the mine. Like, if it gives me something particular, like mining proficiency, any of those ones that if I get that, it's like, oh, we're in great shape. You know, go to the mine, slow down time, let's send it and cash in as hard as we can. Alright. And after a nice, long, busy day, taking care of all the stuff here, we're gonna go back to bed. Also, your Switch multiplayer Stardew run is in year 3 now, and you got the upgraded sword. Nice. So it's Bree's birthday. And we're waiting for a rainy day as well. If we start to get to the end of the season, and we don't get a rainy day of an item to force it. I'm looking forward to Betty's mooncakes. It's a shame she doesn't make them more often. Yeah, because tomorrow will be the festival. Thumbs their foot and joy. Good for you. Okay, so now is the point. I need to go over here and actually get some stuff set. Charlotte Town residents, Harvest Festival is tomorrow at 7 p.m. in Alun Alun Square. Remember, bring your 6 best items to the Harvest Display Contest. Mayor Connor. Okay, so I've got these set aside. So I need to just replace these. Alright, let's get these replaced. So we got the melon, we got the vegetable, and the fruit. So I'm assuming that's going to be one of my most valuable vegetables. And mostly just going by the amount of energy and such it gives you. Ooh, I didn't get myself a melon that was purple quality. The star fruit should also be a good candidate. So you're 8076, so you're just hands down better. Yeah, you still think you're better. They're just watching, because I'm already happy with the other stuff. Oh, we can grab the golden large milk. That'll probably be the best we're going to get for our animal product from the barn. It's funny how different mooncake recipes there are, and people who use them up and down swear that they're the only real mooncake recipe. Especially the one you saw that's basically Cairo syrup, which is a different brand. Yeah, I mean, but it's one of those things, you look at a lot of stuff and... Alright, so I need one thing from the coop. A lot of that kind of stuff, when you actually look at it, you'll have a lot of places claim that this is where the recipe came from, or that's where the recipe came from. You know, places like, where did the first burger come from? Where did the first this come from? And then everyone will, you know, argue that their version is the authentic version, and the other version, oh, you don't... That's not the authentic version. Any serious connoisseur would know that that's not the legit. But you'll have entire groups of people with those kind of claims. Honestly, let's just get all the not osmium quality stuff out of there. Oh, I have 2 more large buffalo milk in there? Okay. Hang on. I'm just thinking right now, I've got all these eggs stacked up. Let's just huck the lower quality of all these things for sale and be done with it. Alright. Drop that off right now. You love tasting History's Mooncake video? They never cook it because laminating dough like that is not for me. But it's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, so I think the large osmium quality feather is probably going to be what is going to be the best we can get for the coop product. I feel pretty good that we're just going to absolutely obliterate this one. So, you go in here. So we've got our coop product, our barn product, our artisan product, our flour, our fruit, and our veg. Then we can go in the rest of here. And honestly, just sell that. Start a bunch of that junk. So like I said, I did see that we had 2 more large buffalo milk. Oh, those are the 2 large buffalo milk I had. Right. And I don't have the other ones over here to be processed. I think I had one over here to be processed because it wasn't osmium quality. That's fine. And we're continuing to just quality up everything else there. That's fine. Grab those copies of the fossils. That's 2 more fabric. Take a peek in here, make sure the trees haven't... Yes, trees are going to start getting close to producing. They'll produce 3 every day. We have the highest quality for the tree stuff, so we have 3, 7, 10, 17. So I need 3 more. So in 3 more of the wool fabric, we will we'll be able to get the movie theater going. We can pop down here real fast. And I mentioned this before, but once we harvest all this, I'm not replanting for right now. They've done their job. Okay. So, we're doing good. We're getting the century eggs. The rest is all moving along. Tomorrow is going to be a festival, so it definitely will not rain. And there's another heart for Zara. And it made 100,000 because we just sold surplus stuff we had laying around. And I'm not gonna go through and talk to everyone this way. They're gonna have mostly the same dialogue as last time. So I'm mostly just gonna do the mini games really fast and the competition to get the merit points. And getting that done. So we're just trying to like go fast. Do you want to have a baby? Sure, why not? I've changed the bed sheets today, preparing for a night of slumber so divine. You'd think we're sleeping on clouds. Alright. So far she hasn't done a whole lot, but part of that is I'm not going to town escalating a lot of stuff. Festival time is risky time. I will say in this game so far, usually there's a lot of time between where you see the cinematic where that happens. Zara has definitely been one of the more active ones, and we've already had that cinematic, not the have the baby thing, but the rest of that. We've had that already like 3-4 times, and our characters have only been married a little while. So, you know, don't know what that says about the situation. Alright, so you got all that going, that's fine. Hey, good for them. Just doing our checks. Stop giving me gold quality. I have those maxed out. We just keep getting gold quality. Alright, so that machine needs to be flipped. Okay, so all the ones I have there are already gold. So, tossing more in there won't change anything. I don't need more than that, because I got the 2 osmium here. Let's see. Lowest quantity I have now is you. Start that cloning. And I believe the festival is until the evening. If that's the case, then we'll make this a day that we pop into the cave and all that while we're waiting. Chance for quality. That doesn't justify anything special one way or the other. Alright, now if I'm not mistaken, with the festival, that isn't available until, I think, 7 p.m.? Yeah, so 7 p.m. to 22 p.m. Alright. So basically 7 to 10 tonight is when we can go by the festival. So until that point, there's not really a reason for me to not go to the mine. So around 6 p.m. in game, we're gonna leave the mine. And when we leave the mine, we will just come on back over here and deal with this. So I'm pop up here, get some more relics, get some more fossils, do all that garbage, get some more materials I probably will never use. I should be bringing... Well, actually, no, I think I have the dynamite with me. Alright. There's a tuna we don't care about. If it's a yellowfin tuna, that'd be exciting, because that'd be one of the fish I need. It's just a regular tuna's whatever. And I mentioned before, when we max out our combat skill, I'll probably switch the critters to passive. Because the combat isn't exactly huge in this game. It's fine. It's not terrible. But this genre is kind of notorious for having just okay combat. And Coral Island is no exception. Granted, the combat's come a long way. I remember while the game was in early access, the combat was pretty rough. Like, it was functional and all that. But it was definitely pretty lackluster, whereas where it's now is relatively decent. All right. What fish is that? Was that our tuna? Yeah, it's a tuna. All right. Yeah, then what we can do is the next in-game day, we can pop all the, geodes, all that garbage we've got. All right. Yeah, this is the one map layout I like the least. Stardew Valley has a layout very similar to like this one, and it's the least favorite I have for that one as well, the spiral. Because you can get unlucky where the entrance or whatever is on one of the extremes. And then you're running around here trying to find it, and it's just way out in the woods. But you also have to like work your way around to check for any of the valuables. So we got a bunch of the lower tier dynamite because that's been dropping this day. Okay. Just a little silver over there. Don't care about that. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna commit a slot to the tier 1 dynamite. As small of a radius as it provides, it's really not that useful. Alright. Okay, so we got more junk to get rid of. Let's get rid of the seeds and that. Yeah, not sure which of the fossils are the particularly rare ones. We'll figure it out. Okay, so we're looking at 4 o'clock now, and 7's when I want to be at the square. And I do need enough time to drop by the farm to swap out... Oh, hey. Alright. What have you got for me? A dragon flame ring. What does a dragon flame ring do? Chance to spawn buff when doing activities. I will do that over the faster tool use. Okay, I need more inventory space, so get rid of the cotton here. Get rid of the wild essence. Still not enough. Get rid of the water essence. There we go. And part of the reason I'm not going to be talking to everyone at the festivals, as much as it is to, like, nice to go through all that dialogue, for the purposes of time, it takes a good, like, hour plus to get through all the dialogue in one of those places. And that is a number of days worth of passing time in-game that won't get done. Alright. I think it's time I need to head back, because we've got a festival to attend in the 1 in-game hour, which I just had to be there by 22 after. You can't show up early. Like, there's a window. That's all you need to know. There's a window. So I want to keep the blessing ring, because that gives me a chance of, like, double drops and all that, so that increases my odds of getting the fossils and all that. The faster tool use is a really nice one. And there's the illumination ring. Increases the range of grabbing stuff. Block damage, don't care about that. We've got the rope. I want to keep that on us in the future. We got more fossil prints, we'll drop those off. Let's drop off the geodes since I don't need them anymore. Drop all you off. Drop off the ball of goop. You're all running fine over there. There's a good chance tomorrow in game we'll be able to start the movie theater building. That's only an okay run to the caverns. All right, so here is our stuff for dropping off at the festival display. This is not the one I should have taken. Alright, so let's see how we do. Because I should be in really good shape. We've got high value items of every category. And one of those items is possibly among the most valuable things in the entire game. So you've come this time with just truffle and eggs. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Oh, they updated some of this stuff. Okay. There was, I want to say there used to be like a pufferfish booth. And it looks like they've just replaced that with just another shop booth. Alright, so let's do our mini games. Oh, stepping on it hurts as well. I lost my multiplier. Losing your multiplier is about as bad as it can get. We'll see. I'm not feeling great about that. We got a pretty good run at the beginning. I don't know if it'll be enough to carry us through, though. Okay, it was. So we got our pumpkin pie and all that. Mostly I just want the win for the merit points. Start bobbing for apples. And with this minigame, I mostly just switch back and forth between two until I don't have a good spot. And I found that to be fine. Okay. Got a bunch of junk I'll sell from there. Let's remind ourselves. So that game, we have the display to do over here, and then we got the shop. Have you tried out the mooncakes yet? Nope. I don't care about any of that. Okay, so let's see. The only one I want to check is where is Zara? Okay, Zara's way over here to the left, being mildly antisocial. So we will talk to our wife before anything else gets too far. Bobby doesn't seem much like much of a farmer, does he? You totally got this, babe. He's no match for you. Absolutely. Let's wreck this nerd. Alright. Submit crops. So we got the maximum 36 diversity score. Only a medium valuation. Okay. Well, regardless, that's what I brought, so. Interesting. Quite interesting indeed. Everyone gather around, please. Let's get this ceremony underway. The Harvest Festival is not just about displaying the fruits of our labor. It's about celebrating the hard work, dedication, and resilience of our farmers. Is that fertilizer and eggs? I believe it's truffles and eggs. We'll see when we actually see the icons, I'll recognize it. Every single item on display carries a story of nurturing and patience and perseverance. A story that represents the spirit of our communities, Starlit Town and Beluga Bay. Now, to introduce our competitors today, on my right, representing Starlit Town, is Groucho Gopher. And on my left is Bobby, proudly representing Beluga Bay. Now, with no more dilly-dallying, let's roll on to the moment we've all been eagerly anticipating, the grand reveal. Okay, yeah, so it's Truffles. I should utterly demolish this man. Get wrecked. I'm pretty sure the goods up here I can do better. The winner of today's face-off goes to Starlit Town. I look forward to seeing you both back next year.
Wait, no way. There's gotta be some mistake. I mean, not that I care or anything, right?
It seemed plus 25 per item was the best. Yeah, so you need that diversity score to kinda make it happen.
It just, I thought, well, Daddy always says, never mind. Alright, you won this round, Groucho Gopher, but don't think that makes you better than me. Next time, Groucho Gopher, next time you won't be so lucky. Just you wait and see.
Alright. Competition reward. And claim reward. And we got every reward they offered. Alright. And we'll take our winning stuff back. Next time, Gadget. Next time. And then, without talking to anyone else who is not my wife, we will be leaving. Because I am better than this town. Alright, so she doesn't have more comments to say after we've won. Because otherwise we'll spend the next, like, half hour just going through all that. Which is fine, but will not be progressing anything else. So I don't care about these. Nope. Chance to gain energy from farm work? Nah, that's fine. And we're done for the day. Okay. So, we demolished the competition, and combat is now maxed out, which made the slime replicator craftable, which we already had because we read the books in the library. That's how you used to get the slime replicator, by the way. You used to get the slime replicator by hitting 10 in combat skill, and everyone gets to like us because we won the competition, including Gong for some reason. Yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, I'm very happy they changed that, so about halfway through the run you could get the book to start trying, or you could read the book to start getting those recipes. I think it was like town rank C or B is when it became available. Honestly, I'm running low on energy. Yesterday left me pretty spent. Is it alright if we hug? Sure. Okay. I'll come in close. Yep. And I'm doing those in case we get any more cinematic with Zara. But I'm not going to prioritize that. Okay, now today is intended to be a long day, because today is a black market day. So we're going to see if we have the opportunity to get stuff from that. There's just a large milk. That's fine. We're gonna leave that alone. Because I'm here. Well, I mean, we won't have 4 ostrich eggs or the enough milk. We're just gonna keep letting that sit. Because we need a total of the 8 large osmium milk. Okay, so that's all fine here. Check on this stuff. The first of century eggs is done. Okay. So we got 4 more of those and an osmium bar. You're up to, see, as 1 mangosteen short. I got the mangosteen up to 7 that are, of the quality they need to be. Alright. Just thinking how I want to deal with this. Let's grab those for right now. Because those are all at the required quality. So your stuff going out. Okay, so 7, 10. Alright, so we've got enough of these to do the next thing on the rec center. I remember the illuminating ring was one of the things I needed, but I don't remember what else. Let's get to the rec center, or let's get to the attractions, get this queued up, because I think this takes 5 days. Okay, so you need what else? I have an illuminating ring. So I've got the wool, illuminating ring, and all that. Let's double check. I did grab the illuminating ring, right? Oh no, that's a light ring. Okay. Hold up. I can just buy an illuminating ring from the Band of Smiles. So that'll have to happen later in the day, unfortunately, because they don't open first thing in the morning. But so I need 5 osmium bars, an illuminating ring, which, like I said, I could literally just buy. And then the osmium bars. Make sure I got osmium bars. I have 33, so we're set there. Okay, so all we gotta do is, in the afternoon, we're gonna need to stop by the Band of Smiles, buy the illuminating ring, and get that all sorted. We can pop on down to here. And I'm mostly just letting the animals out again and again, so it's stockpiles of stuff. I don't think we'll need any of this, but I'm paranoid. You know what I ought to do? What's the cost for the auto harvesters? Just 1 bar. Oh, you have your own down here. That's right. Well, that was dumb of me. It's fine. I forgot. They have their own thing, which is why I wasn't bothering. It's okay. We could drop these off. Since I already have all the achievements, we'll probably not worry about, like, forever farming this. But, if I were to just, like, return to the save file later, like, with a later version or something, I can just grab that. Alright, so it does give us enough time to go to the lab, do the fossils, go to the blacksmith, do the other stuff. Because you never know when you're going to get lucky and get like 2 or 3 of those things all at once and just wrap up a set. Okay, so we got all the fossils popped. I didn't see any that stood out as particularly new. But you never know. Sometimes the ones you're missing are the ones that look pretty benign. But not this time. Yeah, because we didn't have a particularly lucrative run the last time we went to the caves. Oh. Oh, right. We gained some reputation, so there's going to be a couple of people with cinematics. Ah, you just missed him. The explorer I hired came back, Groucho Gopher. He came back. Let's go inside. I want to show you the ore. Here it is. It's, well... It's not exactly what I expected, to be honest. The Tivandium is in there, alright. It's just mixed up with other metals. Normally that's fine, of course. That's what smelting is for, after all, to remove impurities. But Tivandium isn't like other metals. According to the stories, at least, it's always supposed to be pure. What I'm saying is, all these extra metals are there to stay. I'm not sure if I can make the Iron Eye Hammer with impure Tivandium. There must be a way to remove the impurities. It's a mythical metal. According to the myth, there may not be. But I have to try. This is my only chance to create something truly incredible, and I'm gonna take it. What's the worst that could happen? Next scene, and it's just the blacksmith burning down. It's like, well, had to ask. Yeah, that was not a particularly productive run to the caverns. Alright, that's still fine. It happens. Because none of those are new. Alright, so, with that we have finished our errands for the time being. We go to the caverns. Because we can't get the illuminating ring until the Band of Smiles open, which I think is like 4 p.m. And we don't care about any of the loot here today, so far as like their special stuff. So if we go to them at 4 p.m., we can get the illuminating ring, I can grab all the stuff, and we can get the movie theater started being produced today. That put us a little bit earlier for what time I'd want to be back for the, sorry, for the, what's-her-face? The Black Market Lady. But, you know, it is what it is. So what did that ring give me that we gave up? Faster speed? Oh, a chance to spawn a buff when doing activities. Yep, alright. And also we got our combat skill up. And I mentioned I was going to do this since we've maxed out our combat skill. There's no real reason for me to fight. That just puts stuff in my inventory that I don't care about. So we just switched up the enemies now, so that they won't aggress me unless I aggress on them. Which I probably won't bother, because, like, it's just not needed. Alright. Because they've been fighting down here this whole time and just... Their loot stopped mattering a while ago. Now we're here just for artifacts. They don't drop anything I care about. They can't help that cause, they can just slow me down. Well, we're getting the tunnels down real fast. Okay, don't... I don't actually see, like, any of the gem nodes. Instead of going the whole way around, then starting to carve, we'll just carve. Okay. So I see we've got a buff. What is our buff? Also, who knew? Oh yeah, we met them. I'm actually not sure how to check our buff. Yeah, when we hit that, that'll be when a bunch of stuff comes up as well. Yeah, so we got a buff. But I can't see what it is. Oh, maybe it's on our character equipment? Mining proficiency plus 10%. Okay. That might actually be worthwhile. Okay, so we just got a buff for, I believe, farming efficiency? Foraging efficiency. Okay, so the idea is, as I'm doing stuff, depending on what I'm working on, I will get, you know, proficiency bonuses about 10% in that respective activity. Let me go banging on rocks again. It'll probably switch over to the mining after a couple of rocks. And I believe that proficiency makes it more likely that you'll find stuff, you know, doing that activity, rarer stuff, that kind of thing. Reduce the stamina cost, all that. So it might be worth giving up the tool speed bonus. Where it's triggering the double ore and all that, I think it influences that as well. But I'm not as confident. That is triggered, though, by our, we've got a bunch of the enchants on our equipment. That's what's causing half of those bonuses. We did max out those enchants last time we were there. Our tools are pretty much maxed out. Just period. Could you please give me the tunnel out of here? Oh, there's already a tunnel here, which means we won't spawn another one, I don't believe. That's fine. Okay, nothing special or an entrance up there that I can see. Okay. Part of the reason I want to rush is to get, if we get through the fish, the silver arowana I mean specifically, I believe that will open up the dig site. And with the dig site open, that's a place I can go every day that I don't have to pop down here, that only takes, you know, like 30 seconds to tear through real quick. That gives us a lot of opportunity for fossils. But I don't have access to it until we have the silver arowana, which is next season. But considering we're skipping, like, a really big chunk of the days, advancing seasons shouldn't be too bad. Alright. Okay, and we can take the glue trap and drop those off. Yeah, the best floors are like these really little floors, when you just see the things you're looking for right there. There's no guesswork with any of it. Just pop in, grab the thing you're here for, move on. The really big windy floors, you have to like work your way around everything. Those tend to be the worst because they just take time. I have lost track of time. Band of Smiles should already be open. They stay open pretty late, as I recall, so that's fine. We did actually get a decent number of coffers on this one. I think the fossils we did okay with. Deep Forest is actually probably the closest. Okay, so we'll do that. The Band of Smiles is here. Yeah, I think I choose this one. I choose the... not Deep Forest. Forest. Sorry, Deep Forest would not be the right one. Nope, that's not what I expected. Forest. Mysterious Door. I've been expecting you, Frying Pan No More. You've completed my request, haven't you? The mural piece is already in place thanks to you. Yes, I filled your request. Thank you for the mural piece. You've shown great respect to knowledge and its mysteries. I pride myself in literature and books of knowledge. Where do you get these books? I have my ways, just like I did with the mural piece. It's been pleasant, but I think you have places to be, and I certainly have things to do. See you, friend. Thank you again for your kindness. It is appreciated. I actually want to be outside here. Okay, so that should put me just a screen or two away from the Band of Smiles. And I need an illuminating ring. Oh, and the rope is straight up 1,000? I might actually buy it. Yeah, so illuminating ring. I believe I actually need a lot of these, by the way. You'll see why when the museum's ready to upgrade. So I'm just going to load my inventory up with those. So I don't have to run back out here. Okay, so let's run over here, get back to the farm. And then what we can do from here is I will need the ring, the fabric, and a bunch of these other materials. Okay, so grab all of you. Grab the osmium bars. I will sell the mushrooms in there and the hydro that we'll never use. And those. Put our fossil prints here. Then we can go in here and we can get the rec center upgrading to have the movie theater added. Because I believe each one of the holograms... Oh! I forgot Raj's thing was going on. Yeah, each of the holograms really takes them. Thanks for coming with me to my first Chamber of Convert meeting, Groucho Gopher. I don't know why I'm so nervous. I sell coffee to these people every day, but I'm worried they'll see through me. They'll know I'm not a real business owner like they are. Don't think like that. You're just as legit as they are. Well, you can probably learn from them. Let's bounce. Don't be like that. You're just as legit as they are. If you say so. Good evening, everyone. Let's get this meeting started. For our first order of business, I'd like to welcome our newest member to the Starlit, Town Council of Commerce. Raj of Raj's Coffee Corner. Hi everyone. Raj, why don't you come up to the podium and tell us a little bit about yourself and your goals? Go on. Hi everyone. I know a lot of you already. I have this little coffee stand outside Fish and Sips. Raj's Coffee. It's a wonderful addition to our business district. I get my caffeine fix there every morning. Thanks, Connor. I work hard and I'm trying to make the coffee stand a success, but I'm having trouble growing my business. Do any of you have any pointers for me? This sounds worthy of discussion. The floor is open to anyone who wants to speak. I'll tell you what's worked for me, my clothing store, White Flamingo. You have to spend money to make money. It's the only way to grow. Oh, but what if I don't have a lot of money to spend? Doesn't matter. Take out a loan if you have to. If you're afraid to take risks, you'll never succeed. Now, I have to disagree with you there, Antonio. Sometimes we just have to be creative with what we've got. Take the Beach Shack, for example. The way I get people to keep coming back is by being creative with the menu. Can you give us an example, Sonny? Each season, we offer a new fish special. Pan-fried bluegill in the summer, lime-roasted amaran in the fall, baked lobster tail in the spring. You want to surprise your customers, Raj. Give them something to look forward to with each visit. Surprise your customer. Baked lobster tail. I think you're on the right track, Sonny, but some customers are afraid to try new things. You have to ease them into it. That's why I like giving free samples out at the taco truck. Let people try them before they buy. If they like it, they'll be back. We do that too. We do that at the sake. We let our customers try any gadget they want. 9 times out of 10, they'll end up buying something. But I don't sell gadgets, I sell coffee. How about free Wi-Fi then? Let them play with their gadgets while they're drinking your coffee. These are terrific ideas. Raj, does this give you enough to go on? Yeah, thank you all. Excellent. Now on to our next order of business. I got one. What should I do if customers keep asking for a discount? He's saying that when half the people there are the ones who are asking for the discount, i.e. Alice and Suki. Not to name names Alice and Suki, but mayhaps Alice and Suki. Just if we're putting any potential example names out there, Alice and Suki, we might be wanting to talk about Alice and Suki. Not that we're trying to be, personal about it. It is a thing that I think it's, was it Suki who goes like Sunny as like, we order a lot here. Maybe we could get a discount? It's like, I mean, shoot your shot. You got to, but still. It's a small town, small business. Like, you are the entire customer base. You can't discount your entire customer base. It's not a particularly sustainable model. Okay, so we got all those done. And let's hurry to the dock, because this is a black market day. So if we're lucky, they'll have something new. Vinyl record. Boom. Done. I do appreciate that it puts a big label, new, on it, just in case I didn't notice. So that is another one of the artifacts we've got sorted. You assume Florida's clear of the massive storms coming? I actually have not paid attention. I know that they're coming, I've not paid attention to where they're actually landing. Alright. Vinyl record. So that means I have 2 artifacts left, one which is a vintage artifact, and then 6 fossils. And if we're lucky, tomorrow will be a rain day and we'll get the hammerhead knocked out. Because then that would be the only fish I care about for the season. So here's hoping for a rain day. If we hit day 20 and I don't have it yet, I'm going to use the item to force it. Most of the country is going to be 20 and below. Yeah, no, I definitely heard it's a big deal. It's going to be impacting a lot of places. I just haven't paid attention if Florida's in that path. We have had a weirdly, like, hit and miss cold winter here. Alright, give me rain. Give me rain. Currently -2 with a wind chill of -14. Texas is prepping for 3 inches. Do you think we should grab some of Sam's cookie honey? Yes. You said cookies? The answer is yes. Unless it's oatmeal raisin. Then that gets a little bit more complicated due to your preferences. There's a flyer from Raj's Coffee. Okay. -27, -37C, soon it won't matter which units. Yep. Okay, it's a large buffalo milk. We can put it in the thing that's going to up the quality. There's something about the idea of being like, oh, we milked this cow. The milk we got out of it, like, it's safe, but, like, the quality just not there. Here, I'm going to put in this machine and just process it a bunch until it's, you know, until it's an acceptable quality. There's something very uncomfortable about that idea. They're just going to shove it in a machine and just let it churn away at it till it makes it, you know, acceptable. Okay, there's the Sentry Cookie. Get all that going. Alright, so let's pop over now to the underwater area. That's what they do with orange juice. -14C feels like 22. Yeah, versus us, we were just shy of 80 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday. So, you know, late January, already too dang hot. Okay, so we can pop over here to the lab, process all these things, and it'll be time to advance the days again. Gotta wait a minute. There we go. Okay, so far we've only got, you know, Fahrenheit. So 72 to like 76 or 78 is considered room temperature. So 80 is not unreasonably hot, but it's starting to get a bit on the warm side. It's warm enough you wouldn't want to just go outside in it. You're unlikely to get something like heat stroke or anything from it, but it's unpleasantly warm. You know, unless you're like going out in water and all that. It's not hot, but it's getting to the point where you're gonna start feeling a little sticky. You're gonna be a little like, you know what? I'd rather this was a bit cooler. Again, assuming you're not going to like a water park or a pool day or something else where being a bit warmer would be kind of nice, or the beach. But so it's a little on the warm side. And that was the actual temperature, not the feels like. I imagine the feels like is probably going to be like 86, 88, maybe 90. Sense that up there. Let's see, 32 Fahrenheit is where you hit freezing. Going in the negatives sucks. Yeah, when Fahrenheit goes negatives, you're talking, that's things are pretty miserable at that point. That's when you're talking like the equivalent in Celsius would probably be getting to like the minus teens in degrees or so. Maybe low 20s. In California, 100 to 110 is hot. Right, you gotta consider humidity though. That's the thing that makes the difference. We've had plenty of people who come from a bunch of different places like Arizona and Texas and all that kind of stuff. And they'll be like, how is this so awful at like 90 degrees? I'm like, yeah, you're not paying attention. The feels like at 90 something degrees with 80% when you're at like 90 degrees Fahrenheit and it's humidity of soup, the feels like ends up being like 108, 109 or whatever. And when you get those days that start to genuinely creep into the to the upper 90s, and the feel like is like 100. I think we had the highest is like the feels like was like 118 or 120 this past summer, and it was just you walked outside and you're like, I don't want to do this. I just don't want to anything. I would just lay down and die now. It is too freaking awful out here. I've actually worn a sweater on the hottest day of the year. On your monthly staring at the pool you couldn't go in. Gotcha. Yeah. That's no fun. I do genuinely miss having seasons. Not that I want to be going like negative something degrees Fahrenheit. I would definitely like, you know, a nice 20s, low 20s. You know, proper winter. Fahrenheit. So just a little bit below freezing. I'm in the mood for some TV. How about you? Why will you not give me rain? Yeah, no, I'm used to Michigan weather, which is very similar to Ohio, so far as, like, having proper seasons. So let those churn away. Drop you off. Check in here real fast. Okay, those are still growing. Ooh, hang on. I have some of those cactus things are out of seeds. Really? Not that I particularly need those seeds anymore. Like I got $1.2 million and not a whole lot left to spend it on. You know, honestly, I'll leave that there because you'll probably end up needing more wool. And how are you doing? Oh, it's gonna be a big day for money. 41 bottles of osmium quality cactus mead. We still have hundreds of osmium quality cactus in there. So thinking is real fast is let's run back down here, and I should have just checked while I was here. Let's make sure to grab all of the wool, just in case I end up needing more. The rest I'm not so worried about, but we'll keep that wool being turned into wool fabric just in case any of the later attractions require it. Because we got the machine hooked up. It's not doing anything else otherwise. And those are still working on their sentry eggs, which is fine. And we can deal with the underwater stuff. Extra stamina I don't care about. Okay. As I mentioned before, we're just trying to speed through this. Like I said, if we hit day 20, and I haven't had rain, because I'm just double checking, we should not be able to get the hammerhead. I believe it'll be over on the town ocean dock over there. Whenever it does show up. And just paranoia. Okay, so nothing checked there. Okay. Yeah, I popped all that. But I got the item that forces rain the next day. New record, $500,000 of mead. One day. Are these roosters crowing at dawn ours, or are they Jack's, hun? Because I'm going to kill them. I mean, we don't have a rooster, so... You know? You can probably figure it out. It's overcast. Got more fossils processing. Okay, the trees are fully grown now. So with that, those trees should be able to give us a bunch of the things we need. Which will be good. What I might actually do here is I might go check the weather on the TV and see if we're going to have a rain day the next day. And if so, don't worry about the thing that guarantees rain or whatever. If not, I'm going to craft the item. And it mentions it has a cost. I don't know what that cost is. How about late in the stream? It's dependent on some RNG. If we get the fossils in that quickly, then it'll go super fast. Alright, and the weather is... It'll be sunny out tomorrow. I think not. Be mindful, it comes at a cost. I would like it to be rainy tomorrow. You change tomorrow's weather. Careful what you wish for. So does that change the forecast of the TV? Unreasonable downpour is expected tomorrow. Rain is approaching in car. An unreasonable downpour. That's my favorite kind. Do we really need to do anything today? Can't we redefine productivity to mean staying in bed and cuddling all day? I am on board with that, Zara. Is it okay if I hug you? I was hoping you'd say yes. Just being like, productive day, we're just gonna stay in bed. Alright, so fish forecast, town dock, the beach. The lighthouse. Okay, so the lighthouse has it, and it's from 6 to noon, and then anytime after 4. So we are going to go and just... The plan is to make that happen. We can ignore mostly anything else. The only thing I can't really ignore... let's get the goddess's blessing. We're going to let the animals out from their little area. Catching proficiency. Unfortunately, that's bug and critter catching, not fish. So we're going to let you all out. I don't care about the crops right now. This is the one thing we have to worry about for the season. And I've already blanked. I believe it was the lighthouse we saw it at. I want to make sure that we're not fishing in the wrong place, or I'll be very upset if I don't catch it today. Yeah, so it's the lighthouse. Let's pop down here. And I only need to catch one of this. Just one for the museum. And this is the last of the sharks. And we do not need to fish there because I see multiple instances of our target. Hey, don't ignore me. Don't be rude. Hammerhead shark. Okay, we can hit escape. Back to normal time. Drop that off at the museum, and that will be the sharks done, and only 2 fish to go. Which that is the last thing that I need for this season. So we can just fast forward through the rest of the season, however we see fit. And with that, we have our shark costume. And 2 more fish to go. And drop you off in the wardrobe. I do like that they have, like, you can run around in your moth costume or your shark costume and all that. It's just a fun little nonsense thing you can do. So I've got all that going on. We're good here. Got a fossil with the sentry eggs ready. So just need 1 more of the sentry eggs. And that'll be something we need to drop off. You're continuing to upgrade all that stuff. So there's the lychee. Get you 6 there. And there's the other 2 I needed. So with that, I've got all the lychee. So we're just going to run in here real quick. The lychee's done. Lychee tree, you have served your purpose. Get out of my life. You'll figure it out, I'm sure. So I'll drop this in the seed box. That is not the seed box. Drop this in the seed box. Okay. So we're all good there. Nothing to worry about there. Yeah, I would guess we are done for this in-game day. Because that locked in the shark. So it leaves the silver arowana in the caves during the winter. And then we had the, I I don't remember the name of the the yellowfin tuna during a rainy day well, a weather day. Coral Cinema? It's one of the attractions we're adding to the town. Oh, hey, you have a present for me. I made you something, honey. Figured you could use a hearty meal. A fish sandwich. Wow, you're really turning up the heat today, aren't you? I love what you're wearing. Whatever gets you there, Zara. She's like, I am totally into the early 90s neon everything aesthetic. Not the late 90s, when that was grunge. You know, denim jackets, flannel, all that stuff. For early 90s, whew. Tone it down. Some of us have work to do. Alright, so we're getting those upgraded. Neon slap bracelets? Absolutely. That's actually one of the fun things I think about is like the early 90s definitely was like a microcosm for like fashion. That there was just that very brief window when like the I don't even know what, like the nylon plasticky fabric, but like the plasticky nylon fabric, but like neon pink and green and yellow and all that were like just the fashion. And that lasted not very long. That was a fairly short-lived time frame of that fashion. All right. So we got all this. We can pop on down here and check at the underwater stuff. Farming proficiency does not matter to me right now. Polyester times? Yeah. Like, so it's one of those things, you think about it with the 90s trends and all that, and it was like not even the full 90s. It was like right at the end of the 80s into like the 1992, 93, 94. By the time you get to like 96, 97, it was already on its way out. So like it was a thing. So you can absolutely tell the shows that were made at that time that you'd see like episodes of like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and all that, and you'd see people dressed like that, and it lasted like 2 seconds. Right, what is... I don't... Okay, yeah, we don't have the attraction done. Okay, cool. I was trying to remember if we actually finished the cinema today or tomorrow, and it's going to be tomorrow. Alright, the cinema is done. The death toys known as clackers. There was a bunch of them, like the yard javelins or whatever. The number of people who impaled themselves on those things. Lawn darts, that's what they're called. Lawn darts. The number of people who just seriously injured themselves with lawn darts. Have you ever seen the article comparing David Bowie outfits to sea slugs? I have not. Which is an interesting comparison. Sure, I'll check out the movie theater if someone asks me to go. I don't want to go alone. Why do I feel like that's a very loaded thing to say, Zara? She was like, husband, I'd really like to go to the movie theater if someone would ask me. Husband. I see you.
Hey, buddy. So you won this time, huh? Well, guess everyone needs their day in the sun. Don't get too cozy up there. You're just fired me up to push even harder. Daddy once told me, Bobby, winning is temporary, but being a winner is forever. And believe me, next year I'm reclaiming my victory. Enjoy your moment, Groucho Gopher, because next year it's Bobby time.
Goes and asks a favor from Raj. That's fair. Okay, so we got 2 more of the eggs. You have no idea where to put this? Honestly, you can put in science talk or tech talk or whatever. It's vaguely like just news talk. Alright, so that egg needs to be up qualitied. You can be... Oh, that wasn't right. That's fine. That doesn't really delay us that much. It's just annoying because, like, it crossed my mind as I was doing it. I was like, that's not the mayo machine, that's the mason jar. Done. You'll have to check it out after stream. That sounds like a very interesting write-up. Okay, so what we can do is let's check this machine. We got 2 more of those ready. Yeah, so let's grab you, you, and you for right now. Let's also go here. I seem to have an excess of those. Let's pop up here to the offering and just drop it all there. I think it was originally from someone on Tumblr that was just went down into an absolute rabbit hole with it. Yeah, no, it definitely sounds like one of those things like, is there a scientific study? It's like, no, we're just jamming with it. Oh, okay, so I have to do all 8 at once. That's totally fair. Okay, so we got some mural progress. Alright, so I need 1 more mangosteen jelly. We've already got the mangoes being upgraded. We just haven't finished with that. That's fine. We're still working on the milk and all that. Alright, so let's go by... Let's first, before I forget, pop down here and do our stuff underwater. Then I need to go by the community center to check on the next project. So that way I can queue it up and get it going, and if I don't have what I need to queue it up, to deal with whatever I'm missing. We should also drop by the museum here soon. We get a couple of new things there here and there. So we're likely to see it hit A rank, then trigger the next thing. So mini golf. What do I need for the mini golf course? 100 grass start. So it's grass starter, scrap, and stone. 100 of each. I can buy all those things. So we could do that immediately. Oh boy, it hit. What? So we got our stone, we got our scrap. I thought I already had, oh, I do already have the grass starter. Oh, THC gummy? Ah, yeah. Well, I, hope you have fun with that. You know, be responsible, stay safe, all that good stuff. Alright, next project queued up. Leaves only 1 more project after that. You took an hour ago? Yeah, no, that makes sense. Just takes time to process. Yeah, so 6 fossils, 2 artifacts, 2 fish. So today is not a mine day. So we can drop all you off here real quick. Drop you off. So we are good for this day. I'm glad I only need 4 of the ostrich eggs and not more. because that could also be a very big pain. All right. 5 days left on the golf course. And people happy because we finished the other attraction. Feel your mind go fast and slow at the same time. Yeah. I've never been a person who buying those kind of things. Like, no judgment at all. Especially like stuff like THC for managing a lot of stuff can be really effective and really useful. I made you something, honey. I figured you could use a hearty meal. Bug jerky. Cooking on solid ground is much easier than rocking in a boat, hands down. But yeah, like there's definitely, especially like for stuff like pain management and all that, you know, sometimes you don't need something as strong as like an Oxycontin or whatever. You know, when someone's dealing with pain, but stuff like THC can be a thing for like just taking the edge off. Alright, so Dinda gave us a recipe for fried bananas, or banana fritters. I'm sorry, not fried bananas, banana fritters. Yeah, no, Zara giving us bug jerky does check out. And you're also like, Zara's like, I'm glad you like that adventuring life, but I'm gonna be real, I don't want this. I don't want my bits of cricket, please. Okay, we got 2 more large buffalo milks. One of those will need to be up qualitied. You think you feel your ADHD and autism battle? That sounds like it wouldn't be a particularly good time. Yeah, so the salted egg we can just pop in here. Then we had the other buffalo milk here. Yeah, because I need 4 of those, and then I also need to make cheese. Yeah, so you're working on all that. That's all fine. These barrels aren't needed out here. I'm moving you so I don't accidentally put the next egg I get in there expecting something else to happen. So for you, I can sneak on in over here. Oh, there's the quality up thing. Right now, you two can go there and just sit there. There's another 20 bottles of osmium cactus mead. You can go over there for now. And there's my mayo machine. Alright. With your imagination, it's like watching a war in a game. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, we should have produce on our trees. All right. So we got ourselves some osmium mangoes and durians. I believe the durian I have to make into jam, if I recall correctly. Let's get those out here. So with that, I've got 2. That'll be 7. Yeah, no, durian is supposed to spell absolutely rancid outside. I had it once where it had been frozen, so it wasn't as noticeable. But it basically smells like, you know, meat that's turned on the outside, but the inside's sort of a like sweet custard. Okay, so you've got 4 there, and 2 durian. That'd be 4, 7, 8. I'm just going to assume here that we just end up getting more osmium quality of the rest of that. And keep the rest of that just doing its thing. For right now, we'll put you away here. Alright, so we've got that. What else do we need? I think... Did we already go underwater? Because this would be a mine day. Because black market shows up today. We did not. Black market shows up today. So we need to wait till the evening for that to come by. Alright. But yeah, no, it's a weird fruit. It's like spiky and all that. You can usually here in the US kind of only find durian in like specialty markets, and even then, some of them might not carry it, or they might keep it like in kind of its own area by itself, like containerized or whatever, so you can keep that smell under control. Let's also change our quests. There we go. Never had? Yeah, it's not something I'd get on any regularity, even if it's more available. Like I said, it's kind of like the smell of the actual fruit is incredibly repulsive. But then on top of that, like, it's a sweet custard taste, so unless you're into like a sweet custard taste, not going to do much for you. And for me, I don't have much of a sweet tooth. So something that smells truly repulsive to then, you know, hopefully get something you want out of the inside of it. Like, basically, what I'm getting I don't particularly want either. Not because it's bad, it's just, you never had custard? That's worth going out of your way for. To try it at least once. You can usually find custard in a lot of places. It's not particularly hard to come by thing. I mean, I can't speak for Canada, but I know there are chains that are from North US that custard is a an item on their menu. Unless you have like a dietary restriction or something that makes it a problem. I have no idea. But I'd say custard's worth trying. Usually it's a dessert. We are not getting lucky because these keep giving me geode nodes and I don't need geodes. I need everything but geodes. So I do this till it's about to be 8 o'clock in game. When it gets to be about 8 o'clock, we go and we check on the black market. Because last week the black market did give us the vinyl, and I believe, and I could be wrong about this, I believe the black market in this game does have a weighted RNG to try and give you stuff you don't have. Now it's weighted RNG, not guaranteed. So you'll still have a lot of weeks you don't get what you're looking for. Just that of the loot pool, my understanding is it gets a little nudgy nudge towards wanting to give you stuff you don't have. But as you've seen, of the 3 or 4 times we've checked, I've only had one that it did that for me so far. But then when we consider the hundreds of possibilities it could show up there, and I think it only shows like 2 artifacts and like one fossil a week or whatever, you can see where that RNG is clearly there. Alright, so it's yet another area. Yeah, we did choose the right cave system. Okay. Alright, come on. That's one of the reasons why I'm prioritizing the black market as kind of my clock for dealing with this. Is because that gives me a little bit better RNG than just random boxes popping. And because I do need to be advancing time a lot to get through 2 seasons here, it's a good way to do it. Once I get back to spring, then I have no reason to advance the clock anymore. Like at that point, it will be just if we don't have all the fossil stuff. I couldn't imagine we would get to there without having it sorted. You know, if we don't have the museum sorted by then, it would just be going 100% on the museum and nothing else. Well, at least that's a couple of fossil nodes. There we go. There's a group of nodes. All right. And it's fossil nodes again. Or sorry, not fossil nodes. Fossil nodes I'd want. It's geode nodes. That's probably a smart thing to set right now. If you've invited in something, it's probably a good time to be like, hey, someone's who in a better state of mind, you know, do the thing that makes fire. Okay, so we got a couple things to put in our inventory. We can chuck you out. Chuck you and chuck you. Why is nothing attacking you? Since we maxed out combat, I turned off the combat stuff. Because at this point, I've literally got everything we can from the monsters, including experience points. So, they serve no purpose to me anymore. And the combat's fine in the game. But, at this stage, you know, it's the thing, like, if I hit them, they will fight back. But we just did that. I think is either the last time we jumped down here this stream or the time before that this stream that we did it. Because we hit level 10 combat and there's all that.
Thank you Alex Speed75 for subscribing for 2 months. Motivational support package delivery.
And thank you Alex Speed for the tier 1 sub. That's too much. You've been subbed to channel. I do really appreciate that support. It means a heck of a lot and thank you. Yeah, because this is intended on being the last stream, so we are of Coral Island. So we are going really just full speed ahead. So a big part of that is just what are the hills I gotta get over? What's the fastest I can get past that? Because it is one of those things at this stage in the game. A lot of this stuff I could be working on doesn't really progress things. It'd be, you know, it'd be doing stuff to do stuff, which is what I'd, like, off-stream is probably what I'd do, is I'd sit there and just kind of work on it, build up all the friendships, all that kind of stuff. I don't see as that particularly, you know, fun or engaging content to do on the stream. Whales? What about whales? Drop the tuna? Yeah, I don't need a tuna. Alright, it's about time to go. Because we need to be back for the black market. Because the black market, like I said, I think it'll have between, I don't know what the breakup is exactly, but I believe it'll be like 3 different possibilities where they can be like fossils and relics. And it's a good way of kind of getting, like, choose your outcome kind of thing from the pool. So it does help quite a bit. Alright, so drop all the geodes. I don't need those. Drop the prince there. Drop the monster loot here. Drop the materials. Sell this crap. Sell the mushrooms. Sell those. Sell the crappy dynamite. You're apparently full, which is not part of the plan. So I'm going to grab you two out of there. You can be in here for now. Let's go check in the black market. Okay. Yeah, so I've got 4 things of ostrich mayo to make. I believe 4 wheels of the buffalo cheese to make. Keep your voice down. I don't technically have a permit to... Never mind. There we go. Alright, so I've got all those. But fortunately, today's stuff, none of them are things I need, but also allows me to buy a couple more of the fossil nodes and all that stuff. Oh no, you're all good. You don't need to apologize. I just was confused when you said whale. I was like, whale what? No, that wasn't a bother. Okay, and that's what we were going to do here. So now tomorrow is... Yeah, Rabbit likes this more. We made an extra extra $250,000 because we dropped off our stuff. So we got 4 in-game days till winter. The real wild one is once I get all the crops done, and it's literally just waiting on the mangosteen. We're just gonna wake up and go right back to bed and fast forward time. I'm not afraid to go down in dirty, grime, dust, you name it, I've embraced it all. But you know what I despise? Getting wet. It's the worst. Would it be okay if we kissed? Sure. Oh, you're really going to? My heart's racing already. Imagine walking up to your spouse and like, can we kiss? And you're like, sure. And they're like, oh my god, you're actually going for it? I never expected this moment. You're like, I've clearly failed you in some way. Clearly things are not healthy in here. They're like, oh my god. Or like, not even public affection, just affection. There's nothing public about it. We're in our home. And don't get me wrong, some people are just not physical affection kind of people, sure. But it's just a little weird. But I mean, that depends on your dynamic, your relationships and all that. What am I doing? I don't need to scythe this up. I literally just buy it. I got infinite money, practically. And Senji Cookie at their 665 stream streak, announcing that tomorrow will be the 666 stream streak. Making sure everyone's well aware of that one. Okay, keep that going just in the off chance I need it. Alright. And pop over here and drop you off. Drop you off. Drop you off. Seems pathetic in comparison. Which seems pathetic in comparison? Sorry, I'm missing context. Oh, your 7 stream streak. No, that's good. That's good. I missed the 7 stream streak because of just the way the UI was on my side. So thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. Yeah, no, it's a thing, like, being able to tune in almost every day to be able to get those stream streaks and all that, That's very much a privilege. Not everyone has a schedule that permits that kind of stuff and all that. And then genuinely, like, not everyone wants to tune into stream every single day. And that's totally fair and valid and reasonable. Okay, so we're making that milk to be higher quality. So, like, 100% I don't go, oh, well, this person showed up more often. They're clearly the better one. There's an opportunity thing that not everyone has. And then we got Cuz Jackie in our 100 stream streak. Thanks so much for that. Okay, nothing here. We can just pop this open for our animals. Yeah, like, and even then, like, getting to those 600 stream streaks, a lot of times, there's certainly the side of it that is that they tune in every week. Sure, absolutely. Well, not every week, every day. Sure, absolutely. That is absolutely a thing. But also, the fact that it's gone that long without breaking in its own right is something amazing. Because it is not a reliable thing. Okay, so all those are running. I got a bunch of stuff we're going to want to drop off at the mural today. But before we do that, let's get to the lab and all that stuff. You literally don't have a job? Yeah. No, it's like, it's a thing. Like, some people tune in at work every day and they have a pretty high stream streak, but, like, not everyone can they even do that. Like, some jobs, that's how you get fired. Oh, wait. There was a couple more fossils. You work from home mostly? Yeah. But it is a thing to be aware with that. Like, not everyone has the same opportunities. And you got, like, some people have responsibilities. They got kids, they've got family members, you know, elderly family members to take care of. Just a lot more personal responsibilities. Ooh, wait, is that a new bone? That is a new bone. Been a while. We don't have a lot of stuff from the blacksmith, so I'll pop those. Let's see, once had a 35 stream streak at someone else, but Twitch bugged out, and there weren't any recover videos. Yeah, no, I had, I was up in, I think it was the 300s with FG. I was somewhere in that ballpark. I was way up there. And then I had, like, Twitch bug out one day, and I didn't get to keep my streak. That's the highest I've gone. It's pretty rare I get them that high. I think I'm back up to, like, 70 stream streak with one person. But that's just because being able to catch stuff after stream is easier. Part of the thing is, like, a lot of the vacations that me and Toom like to take, getting internet during those vacations is not really a reliable thing. Like, when we go on the cruises and all that for, like, our anniversary and whatnot, you know, there's that. When we go to TwitchCon, you know, tuning in to keep your stream streak during TwitchCon can be very spotty. Because the mobile app is not reliable for keeping stream streaks. Alright, so we got 5 fossils, 2 artifacts, and 2 fish. And then we are done. We got 4 days left of the season. And then the first time we have a rain day the next season, we are... And one of whatever the bottom right is. A lot of those, yeah, we already got the hammerhead. We got it. We're good, Pulverizer. Thanks for confirming, but we got the hammerhead already. It was right. Right. I mean, we already got it. Oh, we're already past it. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We did get it, though. The thing about Stream Streak that you dislike most is that you can't disable it for yourself. It's very tricky for certain mental conditions on people. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. I do think on your end as the viewer, you can be like, I don't want to be eligible for stream streaks. Like, don't announce them, don't tell me, like, anything like that. And I think that's a completely reasonable thing. I, as a content creator, can disable them on the channel. I've chosen not to since we have so many people have such long stream streaks. But I kind of went with, like, if we ever had something bug out and, like, Cookie and Lardine both lost their stream streaks, there's a pretty good chance I might disable them after that point. It's getting a bit cold out. let's head to the hot spring next week, hun. Don't worry, I will not neglect this relationship by simply talking to you every single morning, waking up, doing a quick round to check on the farm, and then going back to bed, you know, mid-morning. Okay, so you're still doing your thing. Let's see, you used to actually give a crap about the streak. At this point, you've long since stopped caring and just waiting for something to break. Yeah, no, it's one of those things I brought up a couple of times about it. The stream streaks are like, they're just kind of a vanity thing you do. Oh, we already got this. They're just kind of a vanity thing you just kind of do for yourself. It doesn't matter. It's not like you get money for it or anything like that. It's not like you get special treatment for it or whatever. It's fun. Let's see. Well, you are in spite to the mobile app's spottiness. Stream streaks with your 207. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. But yeah, there's definitely a point where number get bigger and eventually you're just like, okay, does the number even matter anymore? That's kind of like with Project Zomboid when we were doing, like, when I was pushing the world record runs and all that kind of stuff. Once you got past, like, 100,000, the number really didn't feel like it meant anything. It's like, you'd look at it and be like, yeah, the number's bigger. Does this actually matter? Not really. So in 2 days, I'll have another round of produce off the trees. These should be about running out soon. Okay. When you can't find any other motivation, spite works in substitute. It's probably not the healthiest way of dealing with things, is using spite as your primary motivator. It's not that it doesn't work, but probably not the healthiest motivator overall. We got 2 days left on the putt-putt golf course. Unhealthy things can be very effective. Yeah. I caught some fish a little while ago. I think I'll make a soup of them for dinner. I made you something, honey. I figured you could use a hearty meal. She's going like, you're just skin and bones. You're such a twig. You really need to eat better. And Big Orion Master at their 120 stream streak. I appreciate that as well. Don't have anything we need to do with that. We don't care about the trees down there. They're not anything towards our objectives. As you immediately shove the meal she cooks to rot in the fridge? Yes. Directly in front of her, of course. We wouldn't want to leave that up to question. Oh, I didn't drop the stuff off at the mural, did I? That's fine. We can deal with that in a minute. When was the last time you ate something? I think it was a few months ago, back when I was in the mines. Just Coral Island things. Yeah, so you're still working on upgrading all that. Okay. It's fine. We'll keep collecting all that, that's fine. Right. April Fool update that had survival mechanics. You have to eat enough each day. There's a caloric value on all your stuff, so, you know, stuff like a head of lettuce and all that, calorie-wise, just isn't really enough to make it through on. I'd hate it. Permadeath. This should be one more day after today. Yep, so the next day. And I do see that those have run out. I'm honestly not going to bother messing with them. It's fine. I've got several hundred more cactus just waiting for their time. Alright, honey. Been awake for an hour. Going back to bed. You know how it is. Some days you are just not feeling it. I'm planning to pull my costume out of storage for tomorrow's festival. You gotta show off your style too, hun. Hopscotch gives you a joyful hop. Trying to remember what the Halloween... Oh yeah, there's a couple Halloween games. So yeah, we'll do the Halloween games. Starland Town residents, get ready for a spooky day of celebration tomorrow. Join us in town at 7 p.m. onward for a host of games and a variety of costume. And a captivating Ooga Ooga parade. Okay. Alright, so we got another osmium quality buffalo milk done. Because we only need 8 of those total. We're at 6. Because I'll have 4 of those and I'll make cheese wheels with the other ones. Alright, osmium quality. Osmium quality. We got 1 osmium out of each of them, that's okay. We got 5 osmium mangoes. That'll get us the 8. I think I only need to upgrade the gold ones. I think I already got 3 of you in here. Yeah, so these ones aren't needed to do any of that. So I've got all that sorted for right now. I should have done the blessing beforehand in case it gives me the quality bonus. If it does, it'll be mildly salty. Fine. That's what I get for not doing it first. It doesn't matter, like, we've got it locked in. Every day I get 3 goes at it. Or sorry, every like 3-4 days, I get another round of the fruit. And we're averaging 1 to 2 osmium quality each round. And I only need 8. Alright. We've had another long day. So I guess tomorrow will be a day for the mines. We definitely are going to change our wardrobe to being costumes. So the question is, are we being a giant moth? Or are we being a shark? Because those are the costumes I have handy that I feel like are actual costumes. Because we could do like the slime outfit and all that, but... I don't know. It feels like I want to do the moth or the shark. Yeah, we'll do the shark. Yeah, we also... People aren't wrong that our tuxedo is also very Halloween costume-esque as well. The moth? We can do the moth. We got more people going for the moth, I think. I think I did the shark the last playthrough. Alright, so the mini golf course is done. That means I've got 1 more attraction to do at Town Hall. I can't do it today because the main part of the town is unavailable because of the festival. Alright. These shoes are killing me. But hey, they came with a costume, so technically they're free. Daylight is getting shorter and shorter. Looks like I'll have to stop my exploration pretty soon. Is it okay if I hug you? Sure, I'd love to. Alright, let's have a hug. She looks so good in that. Yeah, I know, she's clearly supposed to be like Aladdin, or like Jasmine from Aladdin kind of look. The wings, yeah. The wings have some mildly cursed physics to them. Which honestly is probably reasonable for like what a costume would be like that. Okay, we got some ostrich eggs. Which is what we need towards being able to finish this. I need large buffalo milk. I don't need to talk to the goat today. Alright, so that buffalo milk needs to be upgraded. Do you have an oversized lamp? Is she the wind beneath your wings? Oh. That is absolutely the kind of joke a loved one would give, and you just stare at them being like, no. Please. It's so bad. It delivers me physical pain. Did we not have extra of those? Okay, so I got those two going there, and then I've got the one here. You need to be mayonnaise, so let's put you in the mayonnaise machine. And actually put you in the mayonnaise. Oh no, the puns are awesome. Like, that's the thing. You would groan when it happens, but you'd also smile. All right. Gathering bonus. All right. Let's get down here. Let you all out. You laugh at the groaning people? That's what happens. Alright, so 7 p.m. is when we need to be back to the festival. And like I said, we're going to probably just knock out the mini-games. Just because we did the entire festival the last year, and we are just trying to beeline to stuff, and those festivals can be a absolute time sink. And we're pushing really hard to get this done. But we're going to be going into winters. That should be the silver arowana and the yellowfin tuna once it rains. This is a crappy day so far as the stuff they're going to drop there, but hopefully they make up for it with lots of fossil and relic drops. And I don't remember if the silver arowana is weather specific or strictly winter in the mine. I think it was just literally winter in the mine is all we needed. Okay. Yeah, the real rush is gonna be once we get the last of the fish. And we just gotta get that mangosteen. Because I'll just be spraying as fast as possible. And if that's all we got left, it'll literally be wake up and go to bed until we get there. Alright. And also, when we get to that point, what I'll probably do is bring all of our dynamite and rope and everything. I might even go to the Band of Smiles and just blow like 200,000 on a bunch of rope. And we'll just drop, look for the things, and then drop to the next floor. And just literally only grab the nodes that give us fossils and that kind of stuff. All other stuff gets ignored and just keep moving on. This floor sucks. Because a lot of this is kind of how it goes, where you'll have a couple floors that go really quickly, just grab the node and immediately get the hole down to the next floor. And then ones like this, you're just breaking everything and just, there we go. Not finding it. So the hole's there, but we gotta check those fossil nodes and all that. Okay, none. Okay. And then the first day of the next season, we won't have much to work on unless, like I said, I'll check in the Silver Arowana. We'll go in the cave immediately if it's not raining. If it's raining, we're gonna beeline to dealing with the tuna, since that's the conditional one. But we'll try and get the Silver Arowana as fast as possible. Okay, so there's no nodes up there. Alright, 7 o'clock, we gotta be back. I also wonder if it'd be worth grabbing some buff food. They usually don't bother with that for mining or anything. But they do have food that buffs a bunch of your different stuff. That was garbage. Okay, so it's 2. Going on 3 o'clock. And also, if we had the quarry available already, we would probably already have the stuff. But that was because I missed the Silver Arowana. I kind of screwed myself there. But it's fine. Corrective action is being taken. Just gonna take a little while. Okay, it's 3 o'clock. Okay, 4 o'clock. Yep, we will do the minigames. I'm not sure we're going to worry about the haunted house. I'm pretty sure the haunted house is the same each year. Oh, did I not get the rope down? It'd be pretty easy to overlook sometimes. Alright. Oh, wait, there's one stone right there. Nope. Alright, I'm not going to fuss with it because we did get a bunch. It won't be too much longer until I have to head back for the festival anyways. So that's fine. Just sending me back a little bit earlier than I actually had intended. Alright, so there's the monster stuff. There's all the fossil patterns. There's the raw materials. We can grab the large ostrich mayonnaise. Drop that in here for now. We can sell all these mushroom decorations. Oh, we didn't even get any coppers that time. All of it ended up just being fossils and the other stuff, which is fine. Okay. So we'll just check over here on all this stuff. Ooh, you're not running. Oh, I got 3 of those that aren't running. Hang on. You don't want to have that. So 1, 2, 3. I'm pretty sure I only need like 4 or 5 of each of these. But I figure I'll keep them all duplicating because I don't have something else I want those working on in the meantime. So a bit of paranoia. There's another of the large buffalo milks. Yep, so we're only 1 large buffalo milk away from my goal. And then we'll be sorted. And then we just need... Actually, I don't even think I need more large ostrich eggs. I think I have. I just need them to quality up, which I've already got queued up. Which out? Who are you? Oh, it's one of the Kickstarters. I was just like, who is this person? I did my nails to match my outfit. They look so good together. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom really fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a moment, and thank you again for tuning in. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. In production as much as we can. Because it's not going to directly get the insects going farther, but it'll help me unlock the next things I need to make the insects go farther. It's fine. So yeah, so I'm trying to just continue. It's freezing. Can we have a heater? No. Oh, I see. This is the... Oh, it's not freezing because you need a heater. It's freezing because you have a giant ice cube in the room with you. That is not the button I wanted. This is why games need an undo button. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. But, I mean, it'll distract you, maybe. Or just frustrate you. I don't know. I have a crush on a young man, but he doesn't feel the same. That drives me character. I need a potion. Yes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come on. You have a crush on a young man. He doesn't feel the same way. Come on. Look. I'm not gonna tell. I'm not. All right. And I'm back. For anyone who didn't see that game, I forget what the name was, like potion something, but you like mix potions for people and their needs. And the lady was like, I had a crush on a young man, like, and I want him to pay attention to me. And we had just made a libido potion for like the customer beforehand for whatever. And it's like, okay, give the libido potion to the young man. I'm sure he'll be paid attention. He might be all hot and bothered and everything. And maybe it's not the attention you're looking for, but you just like that title. Yeah, there's a lot of the old games are misattributed. They were titled correctly on the stream, but it's just whatever reason. And it was especially common if I switched games partway through stream. If I switched categories between stream, a lot of times the second game would get mislabeled. I haven't run into that from newer clips, but I definitely ran into that a lot over the years. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about all the costumes. We are here to play games. That said, which costume is that? Oh, we didn't... Did we see Nina's costume last year? I'm so loving this. Everybody looks amazing. But yeah, they got lots of fun costumes here. They got Where's Waldo? You know, you got just generic witch. You got 1, 2B, like little berries and all that. You've got, she's dressed as either like a demon or a succubus. I'm not sure if she's supposed to be like Aphrodite or Athena or whoever. Dressed up as the mayor. He's dressed up from like Top Gun. Don't tell him this, but Dad's not good with scary things. That's why he hated the haunted house. They've actually got a lot of fun costumes. Not everyone's in costume, unfortunately, but there are a lot of them that are. You can buy special decorations so you can Halloween your costume. Oh, and Raphael here is dressed up as Santa. You got a couple of like Disney princesses running around. They did an excellent job with all that. Alright, start Bonk the Skeleton. It's such a bummer what happened with City Skylines 2. Because like it killed the category for both games. And I definitely enjoy doing City Skylines from time to time. I wouldn't be against doing more of it, but it is way harder now. Oh, come on. I have no idea if that was enough. It doesn't feel like enough. But like, it used to be a category that actually had a pretty decent attendance to it. Like, just from time to time, people checking it out. Okay, we won by 10 points. Perfect. But because of that, like, it just soured people to the game so badly. I've not been paying attention. Take that, Archie? Yeah. Archie deserves all the toxicity we could throw at him. Oh. There's one of scavenger hunt things. Oh yeah, we have Charles, who we think is Dr. Horrible. Unless there's only a couple places the scavenger hunt things can appear. Alright. So this is always the game that gives me the most grief. We will not be doing a bunch of attempts. I'll give it like no more than 3 attempts at this. Honestly, this costume is making it a little harder because it's hard to gauge where I actually am because of all the wing and abdomen and everything sticking off in all directions. I can't quite tell where the middle of me is. Yeah, so we did horrifically there. We got half the score I needed. Like I said, no more than 3 attempts on that. Because I know the first time I did this, I got stuck in it forever. The last one, I think it took me 3 attempts, maybe 4 attempts to get through it. Let's try here. Think that's good? Or I'm way over. I believe I get both the 30 and the 20 we manage. The 20 gave me a lot of pain the last time. Alright, is that enough? That's enough. Boom. I only wanted the merit points, I didn't care about the rest of the stuff. That and to wreck Archie. Specifically to wreck Archie. There are few rewards greater in this world than to wreck Archie. Not because of anything personal against Archie, but Archie has a tendency to win a lot of the competitions. Do you like my costume, babe? Same one as last year. Right, so we are looking for the other scavenger eyes. There's one there. There should be 5 of them. Check to see how we're doing. Yes, there should be 5 and I've got 4. And we check on the things to do here. The only thing I am missing is the haunted house, which I don't care about. I mean, so the record. I did the haunted house. It was a lot of fun the last time. It took a long time. I've got 4. I just checked the thing. But we did the haunted house. It's pretty cool. I imagine it repeats each year, that you don't get like a bunch of different variations, which is why I'm not bothering, because it did take a while to go through. Not in a bad way. It was just, you know, it was something to explore and check out and all that kind of stuff. They're looking for one more of the little purple eyes floating around. And sometimes they'll hide them behind stuff. Okay. We grab one back here. We can't go over there, so that's out of bounds. We grabbed one up there. All right. Not seeing it up here anywhere. That's leaving the event. Why do you have the hype train conductor thing when you didn't even do anything with hype train? I don't know. Did you renew your sub or whatever? That led to the triggering of a hype train, maybe? It's checked by the fountain itself. I want to say the scavenger hunt gives you another 100 merit points. Imagine this leaves, right? No, okay, there we go. It didn't used to have the animation of the chest going wild either. They added that because people get the scavenger hunt items and then forget to get their actual prize. Or they just wouldn't know where to turn it in. That was not worth a pink diamond. Alright, 1 second. This is incredible. Are you sure you're okay with giving it to me? Thank you so much. It was literal trash that I didn't want. It is what it is. Alright, we'll start the parade. Oh yeah, I forgot Zoe is Raggedy Ann. You have Urias, Sherlock Holmes. Emma and Deepa don't dress up, so they're boring. Oh, I didn't even catch the last time that Oliver is Inspector Gadget. I missed the thing sticking out of the head the last time. I was like, okay, he's just in this weird trench coat. I missed that he had stuff sticking out of the head of it, you know, like where Inspector Gadget's hat opens and like arms and stuff come out of it. And you got Zera's SpongeBob SquarePants. Pretty much all the romanceable characters do have a costume. Let's see. Leave the festival. Yep. Must find lamp. Alright, so let's drop all this off. Drop those off. And go to bed. And then that is the end of fall. So for winter, we got 2 fish to catch. And then that'll be all the fish in the game. Okay, so actually, the scavenger hunt does not give me the merit points. That's fine. So we made 2.2 million coins. The most expensive product we sold was cactus meat, and the only other thing we really sold was that. Yep. So, we need the silver arowana, and we need the tuna. The tuna shows up when it's raining or bad weather or whatever. Oh, right, we are having a baby. Giggles and coos can be heard from within your home. Seems like the little munchkin is making an entrance. Baby boy. Born on winter 1st. I feel like the name should be based around the fact that it's like literally winter. So we've named the baby Boreal. Our baby's here. Nicholas, aw, that would have been good. Or just like claws. Meanwhile, the baby is traumatized as the giant moth eats its face. First day on Earth, immediately parent dressed up as a nightmare moth thing, getting all up in its personal space. Looking at her child, it makes me want to quit my dangerous job. I want to be here as long as I can with them. Permanent subconscious trauma. Yeah, just anytime they see a moth, they burst into tears. Valid. Justified. Farmers, cold weather's here. Please bring your animals inside and use a heater. Keep them indoors until spring. And dislikes Mothra. Yup. So that's why I'm scared of moths. Yeah, your dad just dressed up as a giant moth. Not even been around 24 hours. Immediately dad is just like all up in your face as this giant moth just horrifying you. Okay. So you're still working on upgrading the quality there. I don't really need any more money yet, so we won't bother emptying out the system. Alright, so we got 2 more days until the next round of produce off the tree. Again, we should not see anything here, because the fish we're looking for should only show up when we're on a quote-unquote rainy day. Alright. But I believe the silver arowana was morning to midday. I don't think it needs to be raining. I think you just need to go in the caves. I don't think it needs to be any specific weather. And I need 2 of them. One for the museum and one for the offering. Then once I catch those, all the rest of this stuff goes away. Let's immediately hop up to the cavern. I want to say it's like early morning to midday or something like that. Oh. Oh. I don't know what that voice was. What a nice dance. Human thinks so? Okay. This go here, this go there, hee hee. Goom goom, Human. Human can keep secret, yes? Gong won't play trick on Grog. Come here, come here. Human hide with Gong. Grog, come here soon. It's stuck. Ha ha ha. Gong trick Grog. Oh, good trick, Gong. Can take this off Grog's hand now? That all? Yes? Please take this off so Grog can work? Okay, Gong, take off. Grog, no fun. Alright. I'm just running back and forth real fast. I was going to see if we saw the silver arowana. What I don't remember is, do you see it up here? Or did I have to actually go into the caves down below to fish? And I'm 99... It's going to be legendary. Well, actually, I don't even know if this is the day we show up. We can go ahead and go to the water area. And there should be some of these floors that have pools of water in them. So it's not this one. Try floor 20. Yeah, here we go. Let's see if we see legendary fish in the water here. Because I'm pretty sure you fish it down here or up top of the two places. What I don't remember is if it needs to be raining or not. Okay. If someone could actually answer that for me, if you, like, just pop in. We're looking for a silver arowana, and I know it shows up in the winter in the cave. And the concern I have is, does it need to be raining or is it any day? Is basically all I'm looking for. Just so I don't waste time here fishing when it's not even eligible to be here. Were you sparkling? No, you weren't. Because that's what I don't remember. Because I'm pretty sure you can catch it in the 3 different sections that do have water. And I think you might be able to catch it up top as well. That one I don't remember as clearly. Freshwater eel. I pull it up myself here 2 seconds. Silver. Silver arowana. Coral Island? Never mind. As I'm looking it up, I catch one. That answers that question. Any weather? Yeah, no, I was just looking up as well. I'm like, okay, well, we just literally got it. But I do need 2 of them. And I believe I can catch it till probably around 4 p.m. Yeah, no, I was also trying to pull it up real fast. Just so I wouldn't lose time. I did see that there was the one sparkling up here, but not the one we were catching. Yeah, so it's those medium ones. Oh, I forgot the treasure chests are ones that sparkle as well. Okay. And the alternative is if you didn't want to keep fishing, once you got one, is I could take the fish pond, which I actually have one. I could put it down, toss it in there, and you just have to wait. And after, I can't remember how many days, it would duplicate it. Okay. Okay, we got him. So that leaves only one fish left in the game. Apparently we'll have another cinematic. Look, Fun Bucket, look, it's your favorite tree. Remember the one with all the sap dripping down it? Whack. No, I could have sworn it was this was the one. Oh my god, it's a giant moth! Gotcha, Gopher. Nice to see you. I'm taking Fun Bucket for a walk. Trying to get the old juices flowing, you know? He's still not quite himself. You want to date the two visiting adventurers? There's a lot of them that are, like, also fantastic. The shun usually does him good, but I don't know. Just gotta keep those positive vibes flowing, right? Quack. You want to go home already? Okay, buddy, okay. We'll take it easy today, no problem. Don't worry, Groucho Gopher. He'll be up shaking his tail feathers in no time. You're not a very responsible pet owner. You're like, my duck has been sick for like a year, and like, it's definitely getting worse. Like, not even a little bit. He just collapsed. And, you know what? It's okay. We can just keep doing what we've been doing that hasn't been working. It'll clearly work this time. Alright, large fish bait, which I do not care about at all. Ben is depressing. Yeah, it's like, Ben, buddy pal broski, please, for the love of everything, take your duck to the vet. Even if the vet's just like, yo, your duck's just getting old, man. Ducks aren't exactly known for having the longest lifespans in the world. You know, even if it's something that's just like, oh, you know, duck's just getting old. It is, you know, it's unfortunately time kind of thing, which would be a big bummer. But regardless, I put a healing crystal under your pillow, buddy. Hope you feel better. It's like, no. No, Ben. Bad Ben. Like, you can do that as well if that makes you, human being, feel better, but, like, also take it to the vet. Also, ducks are very cute, but they're also pretty stupid. Yeah. Bunny wants pets? Gave Bunny pets. Alright, so with that, we can pop down to town real fast. Might as well pop the fossils. Oh, we also have the next of the upgrades to do. Alright, I don't see anything that necessarily look new, but especially like the leg bones and all that are really hard to tell. A lot of the leg bones are similar enough that at a glance, it's kind of hard to tell if you got a new one or not. Yep, none were new. That's okay. That's gonna happen. Okay, so the next thing I need to do... I already pet you. Hey, deep for the duck. I mean, the reality is most animals, when they die of old age, aren't exactly good eating. Just to be clear. Alright, so what do we need for you? Osmium bar, osmium kelp essence, battery, and scrap. I probably have all that. If not, that shouldn't be hard to get a hold of. I can literally buy the materials and just shove it into a machine and let it run. Alright. So I do need the osmium kelp essence. Let's start these ones going over here. I genuinely don't think I gave myself enough room to get to the... Oh, there we go. Might as well go to the ocean and farm for them? I can, but I've got what's effectively infinite money because of how much cash I just got in my pocket. So I could go to the ocean and put backbreaking labor into it, or I could throw money at the problem to make it go away. And then this will be the last of the projects to do. Alright, and that'll be the last of the city attractions done. And then the mural, we've got most of that stuff already booked up. And then the museum's the only straggler here. Okay. And I'm pretty sure those still needed, what was it, 2 days? Yeah, 2 days till we get our next round of the stuff off there. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Meanwhile, let's grab 4 of you. I just want to double check, actually, just give me... Oh, we've already got the other stuff. Alright, let's go ahead and hop up to the mural real fast. And let's just check, because I was pretty sure it was I needed just the straight up milk and I believe cheese wheels. Aged cheese wheels. Okay, so I'm glad I checked that. So we can drop you. So I need aged cheese wheels. That's not actually that bad. With that said, I really probably should have taken the time to deal with that there, but that's too late now. Right, so what we can do with that is I've got my cheese machine. Get this mayonnaise thing out of here for a moment. I can pop up here real fast, and we will make ourselves another auto chest. And I'll make myself, say, 2 more aging barrels. Okay, so when I get the buffalo stuff out, we just put it there and it'll start working its way through. Now I'll take care of that. In other words, we're waiting on the eggs now. Okay, so now we just need a rain day. Rual, the child unlocked. Last night was great. I can't get over how stunning the decorations were. Oh, that's a delayed dialogue. I think that's supposed to be the, mentioning for the Halloween decors. Like, what do you mean the decorations last night were great? What did I miss? Oh yeah, this, to my understanding, is like not really a It's kind of a thing that, my understanding, there's not like more story to this. It just kind of give like flavor of how things are desperate, all that. You get like a couple of these emails over time. Dear Groucho Gopher, it is imperative that you return to your position at Hyperforce. Your contract clearly states that you must provide us with a certain amount of work, which you have not completed to this date. If you do not fulfill this condition, we'll have no choice but to file a lawsuit against you and seek compensation for the damages incurred by your lapse in judgment. However, we are willing to drop any retaliation against you if you return to work within the week. Regards, Jado, Senior Manager. Groucho Gopher, come see me at the library when you have time. I found something that might interest you. Yeah, so my understanding is that storyline or whatever, so far, like, it doesn't have like an actual physical component in the game. It's kind of flavor text, where the idea is you left your previous job and you'll get like one message that's like, hey, like, hey, come back, that kind of thing. And then later you get that threatening one that's like, hey, come back or else. And yeah, and it's not really a thing. Like, they don't show up and try and like take you, or you don't get some like big fine in the mail or whatever. Alright, so we'll get the 2 cheese wheels going. You're currently working on getting those eggs to be a higher quality. Yeah, go away, stupid work. Exactly. Alright, so we got one more day on that stuff. I believe the town dock is where we're going to see the tuna. Be one of those. And like I said, I think it has to be when, like, it'll be a snowflake, but it'll be like a dark snowflake or whatever, to kind of be like, hey, the weather's blasting. Alright. So nothing there. Okay, she wanted me to come by the library. And since we did finish another set of artifacts and all that, we'll check the museum after this. Groucho Gopher, I'm so glad you came in. Take a look at this. I'm researching a story about the Starlit for the Starlit Digest, the history of the town, and I found these old photos in the archives. That's your grandparents' farm when it was first built. I thought you'd like to see it. Wide variety of crops, too. Let's see, I wonder what they grew back then. Those look like strawberries and maybe blueberries. It's hard to tell in black and white. Oh, and Cutie Pie with her doll. There's nothing written on it. You find something? So it says, that's my turtle doll, I took the picture, that's my turtle doll, who's the girl? Let's see, that's a turtle doll, I took the picture. Oh my sparkles. Did you bring your turtle when you moved back in? Can I see it? If that's your doll, she must be your friend here. Your family seemed close to her in these pictures. Do you think she might be related to the original owner of the farm? You wonder who the little girl in the picture is. I already know who it is. I'm not going to spoil it. But it is not your mom. We've already had some hints dropped a couple of times that there's more going on. It's nothing like big conspiracy or whatever. Okay, so I was just curious if we would trigger a cinematic if we went there. Because we're down to like the last couple of things to drop off at the museum. And like I said, you don't need 100% to A-rank the museum. Yeah, so we're down to just like 2 or 3 things should guarantee... Actually, it'll be 1 more thing that completes a category, i.e. the fish. Or just like 3 more things that are not specifically with anything going on. Okay, so... It'll be a mine day. And that's because the day is the day we get the black market. And that fish is not relevant to us. The only fish we care about right now is the yellowfin tuna. That's the only fish we're missing. And that'll be the first day we have, like, you know, snow or whatever. Okay, and today's a good mine clear day. We've got TNT on the menu. Yeah, that's going to be the red arowana. We've already done those. Hey, Server Lord, how's it going? Yeah, so what we want are fossils and fossil nodes and coppers. There's nothing over there. We have not got any of the TNT yet. There we go. Especially when I use the TNT on these floors. Because clearing the mushroom trees is just slow. Yep, that's all we're waiting for, so we're just waiting for bad weather. Oh, there we go, we've got... nodes up here. All right. Come on. And then we want to be back to town no later than 8, so we can catch the black market. Alright, good number of fossil nodes there. Okay. And eventually, if we get down to just needing the stuff here, we can start burning all of our ore to make dynamite and ladders and all that kind of stuff as well, just to speed things up. Not quite there, because I need to see what we need for the museum for it to make sense. When I say for the museum, I mean the second part. One thing I'll probably need to do is get a lot of these materials we've been collecting and start getting osmium bars being made. I'm pretty sure we need those. Okay. Because we definitely have more ore than I know what to do with. Just need something to target it with. Let's see, for me some days creating all rocks doesn't spawn the ladder. Yeah, once in a long while you'll have it where that happens. My guess of what's occurring is that the ladder spawned into existence, you know, because sometimes it'll just be there at the beginning, but for whatever reason it spawned out of bounds. That's my guess. I can't confirm that in any way. It's not super often, but if you carry just like one rope or two with you, you can avoid that becoming too much of an issue. It is very... Yep. And I find it, when it does happen, it's usually the really small floors that have the highest tendency to do that. So you have like the floor that's just like one little teeny tiny room. That's, the 2 times I've seen it, that's when it's happened. It's just a tiny little room. Which makes sense, because I feel like that would give it the highest odds of spawning in an invalid location. Versus if you have like a huge area where most of the areas... Yeah, this exact floor... Well, sorry, no, not this floor plan. I'll drop you there. We can drop you off. Oh, there it is. Alright, it'll be time for us to go here in a minute. Dudley, you have to leave half of the run. Thanks, it's good to have you. But now you take care. Alright, so we'll see if this floor has any more, and then we'll be back. Make sure we get back in time for the black market. Okay, we got more of these. I'll switch those around so I don't accidentally TNT my own stuff. I have done it before. Alright. So I got a decent number more coppers and all that. Okay. So drop all this off. We check the black market. And go from all there. Since we are going to be popping into the mines a lot now, it's kind of like the thing we're doing. I'm going to start carrying the ropes and the explosives on me. So, rope. Maybe I put the explosives in the box over here. Or I use them all. That's possible too. Okay. Let's pop on down here to check the black market, see if we got any new fossils or relics. Because they're down to, like, very, very low single digits on both of them. You should be here? Because it's Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, right? From 8 to 10. Well, we'll give it to 9. If I don't see her, then we'll just carry on. We'll just return on Thursday or Friday in that case. Yep. I'm gonna take that as a, I got the schedule wrong. It's fine. Alright, we still got a bunch of stuff we can process the next in-game day to hopefully sort that out. Alright, 4 days left on the arcade center. Made a bit of money. Alright, give me bad weather. You know, we get like halfway through the month and I still haven't had bad weather, or we finish with the relics or whatever. Or finish with the museum stuff. That point will force it. I heard they're hiring at the mini golf course. Might be cool to place for a summer job. And it's a snow day. Alright, so before we worry about anything else, we can get the yellowfin tuna from noon to 5 at the ocean. Noon to 5 at here. So that's 6 and 5 possibilities. 6 and 5. It's not present there. Okay, so it doesn't really matter between the two. Either way, it's going to be 6 and 5. Sorry, noon to 5. We want to go and deal with all that. And that'll finish the very last of the offering stuff. And it'll finish the fish in the museum, which will almost certainly bump us up to A rating in the museum and get the other stuff going. That's all good. And check out the Ints and our fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole range of stuff. Good times over there. The only heads up I give on that one is to keep in mind they do stream in German. They do understand English. But the language they're chat is in German. I just mentioned that because we do actually have a number of people who speak German who tune into the channel and all that. But you know, it doesn't do much good if people don't understand. So I just always try to make sure that's clear. Okay, and we can drop off the mayo. Get more mayo rolling. So how are we doing here? So we got one of the mayo. This should also be the next day for we're getting our mango and our durian harvest. Ooh, 3 osmium mangoes. That's how you do it. Okay, so that finishes the mangoes entirely. Let's pop on down to where we're doing the higher quality here. Get the mangoes out. We don't need them there anymore. New PC is getting its introduction. Did you say Sunday? Nice. So we can drop you off. You're done. We can pop in here. Grab those. Wait. Why was I holding on to those? Okay, so that should have those aging now. Cool. So as soon as those are done, that'll be that all sorted. We can quickly pop up here and drop off the mangoes. That leaves me making durian jam and mangosteen jam. Cool, so that's just the 2 jams there. And then we're just waiting for the fermented cheese and the mayo, and then that will be the mural done. You actually really like durian, but it's very rare here. Yeah, no, like, it's a custard flavor. Like, I wouldn't say it was bad. It's very sweet for my personal taste. Which is why I'm, like, not huge on it. The fruit itself smells horrendous. But, like, the actual flavor, if you're into custard, it's, like, sort of a sweet custard-ish taste. Yeah, no, absolutely. Real life durian smells absolutely obscene. Durian is a really awful smell. It's like rancid meat. There's a reason why there's a lot of places like public transportation, they'll be like, you are not allowed to bring durian on this. In some places, illegal to eat in public. Yeah, no, there's definitely... Because it's seen as a nuisance thing, that it's, like, so incredibly awful that, you know, someone sitting in front of your business eating a durian can genuinely be bad for your company. So they're like, hey, we're going to put some restrictions on this. Okay, so I actually have had that before. So no new fossils this round. Oop, not that box. We can go and get that. So it's noon to, I believe, 4 or 6 or something like that. Yeah, no, that's the idea, is it's rude, it's just very unpleasant. And the coffers didn't give me crap. Alright, so it was noon to 5. So noon to 5 we need to fish. We don't have anything else to fuss with right now. So we are going to go to the beach and stand glaring out in the middle of the thing. Yeah, don't bring the durian. Your transport is just a blanket ban for food in general. But no one really advises to it. You think it's more rubbish to leave them on the trains? Yeah. You don't know for certain, but you bet the reason for being illegal would be someone weaponizing the smell. I wouldn't say weaponizing the smell. It's just it's really unpleasant. So, you know, it would be like transporting skunks on public transportation, where you're like, okay, you might have a reason you need to transport this animal, but also the negative impact on everybody else around you is sufficient to be like, hey, you know what? We're gonna tell you no. Even if it's in like a cat carrier or something else that would make it reasonable. Alright, so we're just giving it a minute till it's noon to go after this thing. It's probably considered a legendary. No, actually, the tuna's probably not legendary. In California, it is illegal to ride a bike in a pool. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of laws out there that, in isolation, you'd be like, why is this a law? And the vast majority of the time, it became a law because there was a problem that was happening that they're like, fine, we'll make it illegal. We shouldn't have to make it illegal. It should be obvious. But we're going to go ahead and make it illegal to put a stop to this. And some of the reasons they pass some laws are not great. We don't need to get into that. But a lot of the laws that seem like really dumb on the surface, there was something that led to it. So we need 2 yellowfin tunas. And I believe we have, I think it was still 5 p.m. or something like that to catch them. In Alabama, it's illegal to have an ice cream cone in your pocket and lead a horse with it. Yep, and you know the reason that law became a thing was there was someone who was told not to do that, and they either made a big fuss about how it wasn't illegal, or like kept doing it anyways, and then they're finally like, you know what? We're just gonna make it against the law. Come on, give me my 2 tuna. I'm assuming that the yellowfin tuna is gonna just be a big fish. Because tuna is a big fish. Alright, give me a moment. The only time someone's smart, I have no idea what you mean with that, Darth. But like we have stuff like in Florida, if you have an elephant tied to a parking meter, the parking has to be paid. Which means, do you know why that became a law? It's because people were tying elephants to parking meters and not paying for the parking. And they're like, okay, this is actually a problem. And it may have been just once they're like, okay, this is this weird edge case, we hadn't thought of it, but we want to go ahead and nip this in the bud. So it happened, let's pass a law and move on. Or like, one thing is you can't walk an alligator on a leash here. Well, you know that came to be a thing because someone must have walked an alligator on a leash, and it became a whole problem. I'm burning time. We're not catching our tuna. Imagine very inconsiderate to park an elephant. Yeah. Leasing animals in non-private property must be done for a safe, reliable way. Yeah. But there's a lot of stuff like that. that on the surface, you know, you'd be like, this is so stupid. And you're like, yep. And it had to be done for a reason. I am not finding the tuna, and we're burning time. And we could catch it here, or we could catch it at the dock. I might quickly run over and switch over to the dock. And the reason I'm thinking that is because of the limited area of space. If it is one of those ones, it's like the legendary where you can see it moving around sparkling in the broad region. There's only one spot for it to be. Versus the beach is pretty big. We're taking an alligator for a stroll on a leash on walkways. You cannot imagine what would go wrong. Yeah, no, that's exactly the kind of thing. It's like that law probably came to be because there was someone who was walking their alligator on a leash, and either something happened or, you know, people with more than 2 brain cells rubbed together went, wait a second, hang on. This is not safe or reasonable. And so, you know, then a law got passed. Or sometimes it's not even that the thing happens, it's someone threatens to do it, and they're like, okay, we're just gonna go ahead of this and just, you know, pass a law super fast on it. Some crocs love pets. Oh yeah, no, that's the other concern. You got a big old alligator and then someone's walking their dog. It's a little dog. You know, that's just a snack. So now is it on the person with the dog to, like, vacate the sidewalk to keep their pet safe? Oh, this looks promising. That thing's freaking out. Oh, nope, that's a swordfish. Come on. I can only catch it if it shows up. You can only pet a croc after it's been fed. So we keep getting the little ones to show up. The tuna's gonna be a big one. Stop giving me those. Come on, I could be done with fishing. This is literally the last fish in the game. Alright, it's a different one. It's not the swordfish this time. And it's a big one that's got fight in it. It's probably our target. Come on, double catch it. Okay, we did get one. I need one more, though. And I believe we have till 7 p.m. before they're not available anymore. That's a yellowtail. That's not the second one. I need the yellowfin tuna. There's 3 big fish here. There's yellowtail, yellowfin tuna, and swordfish. And I do not care about the small fish. Yeah, no, sorry. I caught that before, Darth. Like I said, there's tons of those laws. Then there's the ones that shouldn't be, like the, it is illegal for, or sorry, it's a finable offense for an unmarried woman to skydive on Sunday in Florida. Needless to say, that's not used anymore or anything. Probably never was. But it is just one of those things that's on the books. You're not allowed to sing publicly attired in a bathing suit. But yeah, because most of those laws where they get down to that stuff, if someone were to try to enforce it, it goes to the court and just gets tossed. There are a lot of laws that got passed forever ago, and no one's arrested for it. And that was actually a big debacle, probably going back like 7 years or 8 years now, that there was a dude who was, you know, selling drugs and all that stuff, and kept getting away and all that because they couldn't pin him on anything. And they ended up using like a really, really old law that wasn't enforced to, you know, get a warrant to arrest him at his house, and then, you know, when they're snooping around his house, they finally got the evidence that they needed. But it was a law that you aren't allowed to cohabitat with someone of the opposite gender, you know, if you're unmarried. But I think they finally got rid of that law after that became a whole big thing. Hi!
Hi, husband. I wanted to kiss the most handsome husband in the whole world.
Then why am I involved in this?
I love you.
I love you too. I think this is a hammerhead. Or not hammerhead, sorry, swordfish. Okay, probably got enough time to catch maybe one more fish. Yeah, no, we don't need to walk through like every dumb law there, because one of the other unfortunate things is a lot of those websites that list off dumb laws, a lot of them aren't even true, sadly. Alright. This is our last attempt to get one today. And that is a swordfish. And the way I'm able to tell is just by the size of the fish and how it chooses to fight. You'll recognize that, like, oh, you know, the swordfish is a large fish that just frenetically moves in all sorts of directions, whereas the tuna looked like it circled really fast. But regardless of, while I didn't get the one for the museum, we do have this now. And with that, the temple here is completely finished. There is absolutely nothing left for me to do there. I still need that one last fish for over here. Meanwhile, I can take all the rest of these fish. I don't need any of them. Grab the mayonnaise. I can't do anything with that until I've got 4 of them. We'll chuck that in the box. You are currently working on fermenting the cheese. We can make another container of mayonnaise. So I only need 1 more container of mayonnaise after that, and then we're just waiting on the fermenting the cheese. Right, so what would be the next thing? So we'd still have to do the cave stuff. We got the fish. What I can do in the meantime is we did just unlock something that gives me more opportunity to go for fossils on days that I don't want to make the big run. And that's because there is this up here. Oh, okay, so it hasn't actually opened this yet. That should be opened at the end of the day. Let's move those heavy logs. Alright, and then we will go to sleep. And what that means I could do is each day, regardless of if it's like a long day or whatever, we can go up there, we can pop the rocks up there because they have a higher than normal amount of chance of giving fossil nodes. So that could be just a way to work on our fossils. Because fossils are the thing we're the farthest behind on in the museum. I think I need 6 more. Alright, temple fully healed. More offerings done. 2 auto chests. Sure, why not? We got 3 days left in the arcade. Our fishing has gained a level. We got a little bit of money. So here's hoping for another snow day. But I still need 1 more of that fish. And that 1 last of the fish will definitely kick us over to, Okay, it is not a snow day. Well, I'll be that sickly old tree sometimes to have gotten a second wind. Well, be that sickly old tree soon to have gotten a second wind. I can't say I know what's causing it, but I am not complaining. Okay. It stretches out. Hey, I've been watching your progress. I must say, your fishing skills are outstanding. I'm so glad you accepted our welcoming gifts when you first moved to the island. To help you level up even more, I'm sending you another special gift, a fish pond. With this pond, you'll be able to breed fish to continue increasing your skills. And you go in the box with my other fish pond. And then we can drop off you here. We'll probably have longer left to go here. Yeah, so 3 days until the next round of stuff off the tree. Okay, and we've got all of the cheese we need to age is currently aging. We got the durian queued up. I don't want to have the duplicate chests there. Or not duplicate chests. The auto chests there. I will put them here, even though they're probably never going to see use. $31 cactus meat or cactus mead for another like $250,000. Alright, the only thing we could speed up the mayonnaise is if I pop in here and we happen to have an osmium ostrich egg. We do not. Okay. So that's all fine there. We can pop down here and open that up. And then we can check real fast to see if the dig site is open. Because everyone's mentioning that we got the temple all done. There we go. So like I said, the dig site has a higher than normal chance of giving you fossil nodes. So it gives me a real quick way to pop in there and just pop a bunch of those real fast. Get a bunch of rolls of the dice for the fossil nodes. Did it actually do the blessing yet? Debuff immunity. I don't think I care about that, but cool, I guess. So not a huge number of fossil nodes available, but that's okay. Oh, we can also go here. Fishing skill. There we go. No, pop by the lab real fast. And this is a day we want to make a long day. Oh, do I still have time slowed down? We have time slowed down. We don't want to do that. We only want to slow down time when I'm doing fishing stuff, so I have as long as possible in the fishing window. Okay, so we can pop these, maybe get ourselves another fossil. Then it's going to be going back out to the Cave of Memories. That's pretty much where we're at now, is just trying to get that Cave of Memories done. Sorry, get the artifacts and all that done. The next snow day, I'm feeling pretty good that we'll get that last yellowfin tuna, and then the fish will be all done. And with the dig site open, I should be increasing my chances of getting fossils quite a bit by just giving my more chances to roll the dice. Alright, Basset, you sleep well. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay. So I've got all that. Let's put the explosives and the rope here. And we want to be back by 8 p.m. to check out the smuggler. It is Thursday, right? Yeah. So we can check out the smuggler. In the meantime, we are just going to see how many coppers and all that we can get. We want copper and fossil nodes. I didn't even check what the rewards are. Not that it matters too much. No gem nodes. Basically, I'm just digging. I'm just blasting through these as fast as we can. Unless they have the nodes for like the artifacts and all that. There. As I mentioned it before, as I recall, the deeper you go, you do get better odds of getting more of those, like, gem, fossil, whatever nodes. Okay, it doesn't look like we... Oh, wait. I see it hiding behind that tree up there. Couple up here. All right, geodes. Geodes don't help us. Okay, none up there. None to the right. And we stockpiled a bunch of these. Okay. There you go, a couple of copper nodes. We can finish the fossils or the artifacts. Ah, here we go. These are the floors that we want. Lots of nodes. Because the ones that only give me, like, one single ore node is just not super helpful. I mean, I guess it's better than none. Or not ore node. One single node of, like, that, or geode nodes. There we go, we got another 4 in there. Copper nodes. Pretty soon I'll run out of rope. That's I'll switch over to TNT. What I might do, as I mentioned before, is I might take the time to run over to the Band of Smiles and then just buy a mountain of rope. As you can see, we can travel deep really quickly this way. Rope. I still have another, like, 8 to go. 4 to go, actually. Okay, we got some nodes up here. It's interesting on some of the spots in the mine, they'll be like, you have to use this in the mine, but it is part of the area, it just doesn't let you for whatever reason. Nah, so it's geonodes. Okay, so that's the last rope. I appreciate that we keep triggering to pop these without having to burn more materials. And there's a couple up here. Okay. Never mind. I was about to be like, oh, I'm gonna have to break a bunch of rocks, but nope. It's getting close to 6 in game. We probably do want to make room for coal. I mentioned this earlier that There is a chance when we start putting the dinosaur things together for the museum, they might have a requirement for osmium, and while I am producing it using the duplicator this whole time, the slime replicator, whatever you want to call it, there's always the chance that it requires more than I've got. Like, I would guess it would be 5 each, but you never know. But with that, I can sit there and make a bunch of furnaces and just plow through it real quick. Hey, Dislove, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Okay. Only 2 more dynamite left. I want to be back to check the black market here in a second anyways. Okay. And time to go ahead and run back to check the black market and see if we get lucky over there and get one of the very few fossils and relics we're missing. Artifacts. I keep calling them relics. But we gotta hustle if we're gonna make it. So I can go here, drop the geodes, and immediately pop down here to the lighthouse. That'll give me enough inventory space if she does have something for me. Do you not show up in the winter? Is that what's going on here? Because he's usually here from 8 to 10. Yeah, I guess she's gonna be a no-show. Huh. Alright. That's fine. Can drop all this off. The rest of that's fine. Let's go ahead real fast. I feel like spamming the I feel like spamming all the words are hard, chat. Spamming all those ropes was actually pretty effective. Because we look at the number of coffers and all that we got, we actually got a decent number of coffers and fossil nodes, all things considered. So it is a way. It does appear to be a way I can just like quickly dig deeper to go for that. Probably not a sustainable way of doing it long term, but I don't care about sustainable. I only got a small number of things we need. That's fine. Alright, so let's go and burn some serious cash and some ropes. Alright, got 500 ropes. So we just spent about $500,000 on rope. As you do. Alright. And crash out here again. So 2 days left on the arcade, which will finish all the attractions. And where we spent $500,000, we made just shy of what I spent. Cool. I probably do need to replant the cactus here. And not... Well, I mean, I don't need to, but I probably should. Oh, do you feel that wind? Is it okay if I hug you? Sure. It's like being hugged by your nightmares. It's all I've ever wanted. Alright, so let's go here. Online shop. $300,000 on seeds. So we can pop over here. Because we've been letting these things just not get progress done. There's about 250 roughly. Have a nice day. There's about 250 for you. Have a nice day. There's roughly 250 for you. There. That way, if later I start running out of the cactus stuff, we'll have plenty of spare laying around. All that's fine. You've got that last egg ready. So we are honestly done with the animal stuff. I just need to wait for that to become mayo by the end of the day, and that'll be the mayonnaise done. And then we've already got our cheese wheels aging over here. They're just going to take time, unfortunately. And we did get ourselves another osmium durian ready. So that's some really good news. That means I only need 3 more osmium durians. You're not ready for how long? 2 days. So I don't need anything from my animals. That's fine here. Let them out. And we're getting the last of these crops up. Go drop off the seeds. Sell all of you. We can go to town and hit the lab and see if we get lucky with these fossils. Yes, so right now we're just waiting on another snow day. Because we get ourselves another snow day, then I can get that last fish I need. My inventory is full, so we're gonna have to take another trip. I think that tailbone I have is new. Which would be good. It is new, as is the Tyrannosaurus claw. So we've already got 2 new fossils. We haven't even done all the fossil nodes yet. So we're what, down to 3 fossils, 2 artifacts, and a fish. That was weird. Made the sound like I got disconnected from voice chat on Discord, but it wasn't in voice chat in Discord. That threw me for a moment. So we're checking the town rank. Oh, Firebot. Firebot was what disconnected. Yeah, that's fine. And the museum is a single item away from A rank. Yeah, no, it was Firebot being disconnected. 1 second, need to get to where I can see YouTube chat again. I accidentally covered them up. And we got all the fossils processed. I think those ribs might also be new. Which would be good. And that's, like I said, that's a big part of that is because we got access to, Mare stuff. The ribs are new. Okay. So that is RNG finally swinging our way on that. So let's drop that off. And with this, the museum will be A rank. Which means it'll queue up the S rank stuff, and we can be done with that. Alright, so with that, we are 2 fossils, 2 artifacts, and 1 fish from finished with the museum. We haven't even popped the other nodes yet. So we look here. 1 point. Just 1 point. It's fine. I'm not salty, you're salty. Okay, my inventory is full. So I'll drop these off. And then I can pop up to the dig site just north of us. And work on that. Oh, we got a new one. Which means 1 more artifact, 2 fossils, and 1 fish. Alright, now let's look at A rank on the museum. Cool. So I'm going to pop back in immediately and see if it triggers the cinematic. It did not. Let's go to the dinosaur area. Okay, not yet. Cool. But that's still fine. I don't need everything. I know for a fact you can get the S rank pursuit without having the museum full. I suspect it'll be in the next day or two. Scott's going to grab us and be like, "Hey man, let's S rank this museum." And we can get that going. And that I should have what I need to do that. We'll see how fast I can go, because I got all the prints I could possibly need for that. Okay, neither of those are new. Yeah, so the museum only has 4 items, so we've like maxed out everything that could possibly go in there. So we are very on track to getting this all done, not only this stream, but probably before the end of stream. Like, not even going long, like probably ending up switching games later because we're making good progress. Because that RNG on those is the big holdup. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? But that's the big snag, holdup, whatever you want to go with. The one thing I can only do so much to influence, to speed up, all that stuff. I'm doing good. And then once we get the last fossils, then the dig site becomes useless to us as well, because you'll notice we don't get the coppers. If we can identify what the last relic is, we can actually target very specifically where that relic comes from. I'll probably worry about that at the point we are down to just one relic or just one fossil. But then instead of just going to where we like commonly get the stuff, I can at least go to the floors that are just fossils or just relics or whatever. Okay, I don't think any of those are new. That's fine. I got excited when it didn't disappear. Okay, so you're right about to finish getting the mayonnaise ready. And you're still working on those durians. And you're still working on those. So I don't feel a need to, like, wait for that to go the mural. We'll just pop up here. Because we're waiting on the cheese to age. And the fastest way to get the cheese to age is just a fast forward time. Alright, one more day on the arcade and then the attractions will be done. We gained a heart with our wife because we're going ahead and talking to her every single day. Which is convenient because he's just right there. We wake up, we talk, social obligation complete. It's hard to get any warm sunlight lately. It's making me feel a bit down. Winter depression is the thing. It'd be a real booger too. Okay, so we got all the mayonnaise ready. Cheese is going fine. Actually, I think we had 4. Sure. No, it was not. That one was the first copy. That's fine. Get those fossils sorted. Okay, so that's getting sorted. Drop off the resin. What's the next game, or some more Zomboid? I haven't fully decided. There's a lot of possibilities going on that I've been kind of thinking about potentially checking out. I actually debated for just like a kind of one-off, not a big thing, is doing the water park simulator, revisiting that after all the updates. Maybe maybe the TCG card shop simulator again. And that'd probably just be like a stream or two kind of deal. Not really a long-term anything. Let's drop off all the osmium stuff. And sell all the lower quality since it's getting backed up. Product Zomboid's definitely something I might check out a little bit more of. I haven't fully made up my mind on what I want to do with all that. Meanwhile, the kiddo's being ignored. Hey, look. The kid is upstairs. You don't expect me to go the whole way upstairs, do you? That's like someone wanting to replace the toilet on the second story. I'm happy to put the toilet right down at the bottom of the staircase that they want. But like going up the stairs? Nah, man. Come on, let's be reasonable here. But yeah, no, I debated doing a... I don't want to do a bunch of Product Zomboid streams. It is a game I played for thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, so, you know, it's a good game. But, it's real easy for me to burn out on it these days just because I played it so much. But I think doing, like, the occasional Zomboid stream, is not a big deal. It's just when I kind of get into, like, binging the game a bit that I very quickly burn out on Zomboid these days. But again, that's after thousands and thousands and thousands of thousands of hours. Okay, let's check at the lab. See if we can get ourselves a quick fossil. Right. Alright, well, it's 9 a.m. We've had a very long, busy day. So we're gonna go ahead and go to bed. Oh, I should make it a point the next in-game day to, actually stop into the museum. Alright. Quest complete for the Starlit Town attractions. I'm officially declaring a day to do nothing day. What's stopping us from staying in bed and cuddling all the day? Yup. Okay, but noon, fishing time. Will we check on our fish? Yellowfin tuna, noon to 5. Noon to 5, yellowfin tuna. Okay, we got our first of the aged cheese done. We got 2 more of our durians done. And I'm pretty sure we need to make the durians into jam, so let's grab that and run that over the mural and all that. Let's see, so you did a swap off in your laptop because some things were a bit too laggy. I got them back into RAM. Then a bit later, it got even laggier. Then after poking around, it turns out the swap off process crashed. Yep. That's one of my favorite like IT memes is just task managers stop responding and just Obi-Wan was like, you're supposed to stop them, not join them. Alright, so we got all the durian I need. +1. Sure, get out of here. Like I said, I'm pretty sure... I need to make it into durian jam. If I'm remembering correctly. Just want to double check that before I start doing that and realizing I've goofed. Okay, so there's your mayonnaise. We've got the fermented cheese being made right now. And then the durian jam. Yep, durian and mangosteen jam. I've got... How much mangosteen? It was 8, right? Because I got 7 mangosteen jam. Yep. And then, like, the very first thing we do the moment we hit spring, grab a mangosteen, make it into jam. It'll take a couple, like, in-game hours, and that'll be done. So what we can do now is I've got the auto chest. That's the mayonnaise machine. So you're done here. I don't need you there. We can grab the machine for making jam. Alright. Let's be careful about this. I've got spare machines here. Let's just grab one of these by itself, no aging barrels or anything nearby, and then put the durians in there to make jam. Because I'm worried if there's an aging barrel that I've just, like, forgotten that like, something I could turn the jam into, like, maybe preserves or something like that. And I don't want to accidentally start, you know, destroying the things I need for that. Now, granted, I'm getting more durians and all that. I got spares. But I'd rather be mildly paranoid and not drag things out any more than I need. That's the mayonnaise thing. I don't need that. I need the mason jar. Okay, so just double check before I put a bunch in there. There's durian jam. Drop you in. Durian jam is go. While we're still waiting for noon, we can go and pop up the dig site. Get ourselves a bunch more fossil nodes. And go to the lab and get those popped. Is it storm or blizzard? It doesn't matter. I don't know what that technically is. But we've already seen that the tuna is available today from noon to 5. So we're going to go for it, but I have to wait till noon before I can start. We've already got one of it, but I needed 2. Okay. So now I can go over to the lab, get our fossils popped. Because we're only missing 2 fossils. Okay. Okay, no winners today. And we can head on over to where we're going to be fishing while we wait and get that going. And then after we fish, we're going to go by the museum. Yeah. After we fish, we're going to go by the museum just to see if that triggers the S-rank museum event. Because then I just got to take those fossil prints and just feed them into that place as fast as it'll let me. Go ahead and take the poster. Alright. Just another minute or so, and then we will slow down time and get this tuna. Alright, so we slow down time. Which will probably be the last time we ever need to slow down time in the game. Because once this is done, we have nothing seasonal left in the game. Well, sorry, the mangosteen seasonal, but that's the spring. That's going to be a swordfish. Alright. We only want the big fish, because the yellowfin tuna is a big fish. Nope, small fish is not acceptable. Come on. Small fish is not acceptable. Alright, we got a bigger. I think that's our target. Yellowfin tuna. Alright, time goes back to normal. Let's drop off the yellowfin tuna at the museum, and we are done fishing forever. Okay, collect our reward. Cool, so I've got 1 artifact and 2 fossils left. Let's step outside. Step back in. Bottom right thingy. Yeah, so attractions are S-ranked, oceans S-ranked, heritage site we're getting close, and the museum we're getting close. Bottom right thingy. Yeah, that's under artifact. The vintage is a subtype of artifact. So I'm not sure, as I would have expected, I'd have expected that to trigger an event with Scott by now. To be like, okay, S-rank the museum. That's what I'm not understanding, is what we're missing to get that, that event to trigger. Sometimes it just takes time, where it's like a day or two after you accomplish something, then it kicks off. Which is giving you a banner ad saying to sub to you? Have you considered subbing harder? I feel like you're not subbing hard enough. Like, you're subbing, but like, do you really mean it? Twitch doing Twitch things. Alright, so let's advance the day. No, you need to be sure. They need to be sure you are subbing Rual. Alright. So we just got a whole bunch of merit points. Throws paycheck at you. It's clearly a notification that's not doing its detection right or whatever. As much as I love my boat, I used to feel a little trapped during the winter. I didn't want to stay inside, but I didn't want to go out into the cold air either. Phew. Excuse me, I'm so sorry, Groucho Gopher. My nose is acting up. Alright. Cool, so we got our second of the cheese done. We've got 3 of those done. Even though I don't need them, I'm going to chuck you in there as well, because, I don't know, why not? Yeah, you can just keep doing your thing in there. Alright, and with this, since we are now done with the fishing pole forever, we're just going to go into this box and get the critter trap, drop the pole in. I'm just going to sell the critter trap. I don't need this. Alright. So, let's get our blessing. Let's let the underwater animals out of their pen. Admittedly, I'm debating doing so for the last time and just neglecting them. Let's pop over to the museum and see if any type of event triggers. Come on, Scott. Let's try going to Scott's office, maybe? So that's what I'm not understanding. I need the thing here to trigger, and I know you don't have to have everything here. I know that for a fact, not unless something changed. Let's try, instead of where I've been teleporting in here, it could be that, like, the trigger's actually down here somewhere. So let's cut over here and walk home. Nope, that didn't make a difference. It could also be too early in the day that Scott's not there yet. Alright, so let's pop up here, go to the cavern, and then we will do our round of the stuff here. Okay. What are we still missing? So I am missing, I believe it was two fossils and one artifact, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, from the museum. And then the museum will go to the next sequence or whatever you want to go with. And that next sequence is literally just bring in the prints, which I've already been hoarding, so I've got more than enough of literally all the prints. And then it's like an illuminating ring or whatever for each of those. So we're missing that, and I have the mangosteen jam and the durian jam to drop off, which is mangosteen jam. I need one more mangosteen in spring, which, like I said, the moment we get everything else knocked out, I will just fast forward to spring as fast as I can. Otherwise, we're just trying to get the fossils and all that. Let's pop it in. It's 9 a.m. Yeah, so what I'm not understanding is why it's not triggering. There's a thing with Scott where Scott's like, "Oh hey, let's upgrade the place," and it's possible I'm just not going to the right spot to trigger the event. Which, fair enough. Alright, that is one I actually have had already. Let's see here. I've got that ready. Oh, you know what it might be? Let me walk by with one of these in my pocket. I'm wondering if it's one of those things you have to grab one of these and then, like, walk up to the donation bin or something to trigger it. I don't know. I felt like it should have triggered the moment we hit A rank on the museum, which we did. Alright, well, I'm gonna have the character go back to sleep. And a big reason why I'm kind of doing this right now, I'm just trying to get our time moved forward towards spring for the mangosteen. Does Zara still go around town? Yeah, so in Coral Island, generally speaking, all of the people you can romance will continue to live their lives. The boat isn't really the best place to live in the winter. There's a lot of wind, and it's really hard to keep the heat going. I'm glad I don't live there, hun. Would it be okay if we kissed? Sure. Alright, but yeah, so it's one of those things, like, she'll go about her treasure hunting stuff still, whatever her routine was before. You'll also have in the game what'll end up happening with your partners is that they do have kind of like a post-marriage story stuff. Some of that's still being added kind of stuff. She is absorbed into the moth, as one should be. Alright. Shame gave me some pesto, which I will be selling immediately. Alright, so we're at 6, and I need 8. Drop you in just because I can. Alright. So no blessing. Gonna pop up here and immediately pop this stuff. And then I want to check the status because, like I said, I think it was 2 fossils and 1 artifact is what I was missing. And if that is the case, we can figure out what the artifact is and see which of the different node types can drop it. And then instead of just going to the Cavalry of Memories, like... You want to know what triggers the museum? Yeah, because it's holding things up right now. Like I said, I was pretty sure once you hit A rank, you just had to go there. But it's possible I have to go by his house, or I have to go by... Like, we've gone by the community center. It's possible there's, like, a specific location I have to go by. Usually, most of that stuff they're smart about where they put it. That you are going to bump into it just naturally wandering. But, there's some condition that I'm missing. Ah, I have to complete the fossils. Interesting. I didn't think you had to fully finish the fossils, but hey, if that is the case, we are blasting through fossil nodes on the daily right now. Because each and every day I'm getting, you know, a dozen or so fossils from there. Yep, another one that's bust. And after a nice long day, it is back to bed. Because again, we do know we need 1 mangosteen for spring, so until we hit spring, we can just race through it this way. I like to keep my distance, not to be your chummy with the townies. I don't know, I guess they seem nosy? Always asking too many questions. That scares me off for whatever reason. The breeze feels different on land compared to out at sea. Out there, it just goes on forever. Alright. Okay, we've got our durian jam. We can drop that off for offering today. I don't care about the resin right now. How are we doing on food for the animal? Can you have more pets now? You can actually get a ton of pets, yes. I'm probably not going to take the time. We are trying to somewhat rush. So that I make sure we cap off this before the stream's over. But yeah, I think it's, you can have a pet for every pet bed or pet house you get. So it just costs you a couple thousand to get like a pet house or a pet bed or whatever. I'm not aware of a limit. There might be one. Because I know I've gotten like 3 or 4 pets at one point. But I never really pushed it to see like what the limit on it was. Okay, so we'll pop up. Oh, Super Smash Bros. Brawl? Gotcha, yeah, and I used to play Super Smash Bros. Way back in the day. Like the first version or two that came out of it. Yeah, if I wouldn't have missed the silver arowana the first year, I would have long since had the fossils done popping up there each day. But that's fine. We're on track to get things sorted. Was it Saturday? If it's Saturday, I can't go to the lab. No, it's Wednesday, okay. Yeah, because I got 4 different types this time. I know there's 5 different types of fossils. What we could do is see if we can't figure out which fossils I'm missing. Because that'll potentially tell us where the places to get it are. Alright. Because what we could do here is we can go to our journal. Found. Fossils. Okay. I'm not sure if it is parts of the Velociraptor. No, it's going to be parts of the Plesiosaurus. So it'll be the Plesiosaurus skull. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe the teeth? It's the skull and then something else I can't quite make out. Yeah, so the Plesiosaurus skull. We could probably figure out like what types of nodes they are, because there are ones that drop from breaking sand nodes. And it is the thing, if it's the sand nodes, I'll probably just go to the cavern and deal with that. Right, so we want to drop you off over here. Now we've got our aged cheese getting done. Yep, so we're waiting on the 1 mangosteen I need. And then we've already got our cheese fermenting. And then that'll finish that up. And that'll be the mural done. And that'll be just the museum. So with that said, that is what we can do to work on those tasks for today. And it's possible both those things are just in the quarry, but they happen to be rare. Or super rare. I might not even worry about the, trivia. Life moves more slowly out here. It's nice not to have to stick to a work schedule, isn't it? That's just how I like it. Here, I made you some breakfast. Zara's special. Don't knock it till you tried it. A burrito. Hey, I can get on board with that. Just straight up feeding me a burrito? That is... I see no reason to complain. That's just good eats. Alright, so we've got the very last cheese is currently being processed. And then these 2 are extras for sale. Burrito buddies? Exactly. Okay. Yeah, so we got 2 pieces of the Plesiosaurus, I believe. I could probably actually guess what the last of the artifacts are. I believe that is the water canteen. Yeah, that's gonna be the water canteen. I remember that one was a pain in the butt before. I think it was the G.I. Joe figurine that's the one that got me the last time I played for just taking me forever, because it is one of the super rares. Alright. Another round of fossils. too early, so we'll just have to wait a minute. Nope, not gonna move. I'm going in your place first. And just out of preparation, let's go ahead and chuck a bunch of the osmium ore into the smelters and have them starting to brew. Just in case I'm going to need a bunch of osmium here, because I don't remember... I remember the illuminating rings was one of the material requirements. But I don't remember what else we need. I don't care, get out of my inventory. Alright, so we got all that sorted out for right now. It's nothing new there. So back to sleep. Because we are rushing our way to the spring. Just hoping we win the lottery with the stuff here. What should we do this weekend? It's not the cold that makes treasure hunting a pain in the winter. Soil is much harder to dig too. Pretty much concrete at this point. Better just wait until the ice melts. Alright. Pet the rabbit. This usually helps me focus during the day. I hope you find it useful as well. Thanks for the coffee by mail, Randy, in the winter, where it's definitely going to be extremely cold by the time I get it. Okay. The fossil prints are for S-ranking the museum. Okay, so we've got all of those starting to add even more duplication to the process. It's not accepted print? Yeah, no, that's where we're at right now. There is an event that has to happen after you A-rank the museum before they accept the prints. And that's where I am now, is I've hoarded all I need of them. But we need a couple more fossils to trigger the event that makes it so I can start dropping them off. Just the same where they're like, you finished the temple offering. Here's the next thing, do the mural. Or, hey, you got your town A-ranked. Okay, well, here is the, here's the attractions you can add. The museum, the prints are how you S-rank the museum. It's just, you gotta wait till Scott is like, yeah, it's time. Alright. But that's the holdup we're running into, is just getting the last of those fossils done. So that Scott gets off his butt. Is the skull new? No, that's not the right skull. Okay, never mind. Got myself excited. That's one of the harder to get skulls, but it is unfortunately one I've already got. Pretty sure it's one I've already got. Yeah, it is one I've already got. Like I said, I'm going to keep just fast forwarding like this until we reach where the other tasks are getting done. And that we're just kind of up to, like, getting the fossil stuff done. Because once I get to spring, then there's no reason for me to fast forward. You know, other than, like, once I get the next thing queued up. I should probably, I'm used to having bad allergies to cats. But thankfully, I outgrew it. Is it okay if we, hug? Thanks. I was hoping you'd say yes. I appreciate that. So they have a whole scene where they show that she has a cat allergy and all that. And that's messing with her and everything. I can play with cats now, but I'll sneeze here and there. It's not all bad. But, I was just thinking, it's like, so what happens if, you know, she supposedly has this, like, you know, this bad cat allergy, and you've got a cat, and then you get married? It's like, how do they address that? And that throwaway line is pretty much what it is. But they're like, oh yeah, you know, like, I'm used to it now. Like, uh-huh. Like, don't get me wrong, allergies do go away sometimes. Usually you don't just, like, blink, though, and then the allergy's gone. Okay. So we got all that sorted, we got all this sorted. We're just waiting on that cheese to get done. The lab can't be visited today, so we can pick up the fossils, but I can't drop them off at the lab. The other thing I was going to say I probably want to do is get the thing for making the wool fabric and get that back on an auto chest and make sure it is processing. Just in case I need that. Granted, the bottleneck there is going to be more the sheep making the wool. That'd kind of suck if that was a problem. So one thing I'm noticing here is in that area, I'm only getting 4 of the geode types, or the fossil node types at any frequency. So it could be the Plesiosaurus is the one I'm not getting. I don't think it's strictly a mechanic on here that, like, it's just not eligible to be there or anything like that. I don't think it's anything quite like this. Just so much as it's, like, the more rare of them. Okay, we can't do anything else with stuff today. We're going right back to sleep. That's because the lab's not open on Saturdays. You know what? I like the way your mind works. It's never a dull conversation with you. There are plenty of treasure chests in the sea buried in the cavern. If you break them open, you may find valuable things in them. Cool. Is my cheese ready? Almost there. Home stretch on the cheese. Alright, so we're getting a ton of osmium bars set aside. Okay. Stamina blessing. If I get a blessing from there, that's again like extra rare drops, duplicate drops increased, that kind of thing, then I might just take the day and beeline to the caverns anyways. Just because it's a day to, you know, get a bunch more stuff out for our time in. Yes, I'm definitely only getting the 4. So it's a possibility that one of those I'm just not going to find there. Which might be a big problem. Now granted, if I remember correctly, there's like 4 individual... It's like this one, where you got your 4 different types, and then you've got your wild card one. And it could be that the wild card one is not one of the ones I'm getting, which means I'm still getting all. Or I am getting the wild card one, which means I still am getting the chance to get any of the things, but just not great odds because I'm using a wild card fossil. Come on. Come on, give me the fossils. It's a Gallimimus. I think we need the other one. All right. The number of wild seeds we're getting is a whole thing. Oh, right. The next in-game day, let's go down to the barn and get all the sheep wool out of it. Make sure we're having that processing, as well as cotton, because I don't know which one I would need, if I do need either of them. But I figure let's keep that going just in case. I often wonder about civilizations that were here before us. What was happening hundreds of years ago in this very spot? Camping in a cavern for more than 2 days is nasty business. I don't miss it. How can a place be damp and hot at the same time? It's called Florida. Alright. So let's go grab... the wool. And make sure that's getting stuff done. Okay, and the cheese is done. Let's grab you. Plunk you down. Drop you. Put that down so I don't accidentally eat it. And just in case it's actually cotton I need, grab all that cotton and chuck it down here to have it processing as well. We're gonna head up to the cavern and do its thing. So we're still missing the yellow one. Yeah, so we didn't get any of the yellow one today, but that's fine. And it could even be, as it could be the last fossil node is just not a common fossil node. It's all good. So you can pop over here real quick. And drop off the fermented cheese to finish another one of the offering sections. Okay, and you are done. And that leaves just the mangosteen jam, which we're just waiting for the last spring. I just need one more. You'd think with everything else here, they're like, why is there this nightmare slime on this side? Like, you know, okay, a cheetah makes sense. A panda bear, sure, why not? You know, a big like ape chimpanzee thing, sure, I can get on board. And then they're like, by the way, nightmare slime, and you're like, what? One of these is definitely not like the others. Still no dice. Alright. Yes, I'm at a loss. And I should keep the focus on what we've been doing. Or if this is the point that I think... Like for the Plesiosaurus, to like look up where the Plesiosaurus skull comes from fossil node-wise to make sure I'm using fossil nodes that are eligible to drop it. Okay, we could just do this real fast. Plesiosaurus. I'm misspelling that bad. Plesiosaurus, skull, Coral Island. And you are found where? Legendary fossil. It is obtainable from the water node only. The water node is from tilling beach, breaking sandstone, clearing trash, Cave of Memories Black Market. Okay. Starlet Town residents. The Winter Fair starts tomorrow and runs 5 days from winter 17th to 21st. Join us at the beach from 5 p.m. until late. There will be shops, games, and the best winter festivities. Alright, I don't think I have anything cooking over here that we care about at all right now. Oh, that's... Alright, well... I don't really want you to waste your time on ore, but that's okay. That'll probably self-correct. No, it won't. That sucks. It's fine. Let's have one slime replicator that's just not doing its job. What I'm curious about is they've got... The water node is like an orangish red. So I'm going to see if we can't match the graphic here and see if it shows up here anyways. Well, we only got 2 this time. Alright, so it mentions I can get this plowing the beach, breaking sandstone, and clearing trash. So we might just start tearing up the beach and trash. Oh my god, a moth? Yes. And then the other thing is actually that might work out for me doubly so. Because it's clearing trash. The question is, where was the water bottle? Not watering can. What's it called? A canteen, maybe? I don't remember what it's called. There's a water bottle that you can get in the game. Like it's like an army watering bottle or something. I don't know what it's called. Because it's very likely that's also from underwater. And if that's the case, I can target whatever like silver or bronze or osmium. Let's see real fast, because it was this one down here. So it'd be... And I know looking things up on stream is not the greatest. So artifacts, Coral Island, and I'm looking for... Got all the different coffers. So we are looking for... I'm just looking up this list real fast. Because just trying to figure out where I should be focusing. Because one of those things, I could be looking in the same spots forever and not finding it because it's not available there. Usually there's ways you can get this without having to pull up guides and all that. I'm not pulling up like a guide, I'm just looking at the quick list. There are ways of discovery in game, but they could take a while. And since we're at this home stretch, I just want to get knocked out. Because I know my other save, I got the water bottle very early on, so I'm leaning towards it being a bronze or silver area. There, it is called water bottle. Oh. It is literally only in the mystery coffers and the tourist bin. And the mystery coffers are for clearing trash when diving. Or Cave of Memories. Okay, well, so that means literally there's no specific spot I should be targeting underwater. But it does look like we're potentially going to be dealing with any of this. So instead of going to the mine this time to get all our stuff, we're going to go into these caves and just start trashing garbage. Because both things we're looking for, I can get from breaking garbage. Okay, so that style of coffer is what we're looking for. That is not the kind of note. This is not. Oh, actually, that is. And that is the style of fossil node we're looking for as well. I'm a liar. That's the kind. Okay, this is the node we're looking for. Yeah, and that was the node I was not seeing from the dig site. And it might be that it's just very rare there, or it might be that's completely unavailable there. But in both cases, it said clearing trash was kind of one of the main avenues to get it. Let's put the enchants to use. Now it's supposed to be a little over a 1% chance per mystery coffer of getting my water bottle, which is not great. But considering we've already got 5 of them and I just started messing with it, not too horrible either. We should be able to get a pretty good number of rolls of the dice. Okay. But yeah, now if I hadn't looked it up, the way ultimately this boils down to and how you figure it out is you would be able to go in and just keep trading with the black market kind of thing until you find it. Otherwise, you would potentially just try your luck with a bunch of different types of things. If I just straight up didn't know it and didn't want to look it up, I would just keep going into the cavern. The cavern can give you everything. The Cavern of Memories, I mean. So it is a completely viable strategy to just keep diving in there until the museum's done. I'm just trying to target a little bit more carefully. Because as you can see, we're probably getting 4 or 5 of the fossil nodes we're getting here. And this probably about 2 or 3 of the coppers each time we cavern dived. Give or take a little bit depending on RNG. Versus targeting this, you're noticing we're getting way more. I honestly could see, potentially instead of just pushing the day, like, all the way late, pushing until I have about 10 of each, and then trying to very quickly go to the lab and the blacksmith and just pop them. Because that'd be a decent number of rolls of the dice. Moving time forward. Probably not. It's looking like it's going to take me more than that's open for the day to get the fossil nodes, which is fine. I say as we suddenly pull up like 4 or 5 all at once. I want to say it was the water nodes that held me up on this the longest last time, too. That's it, I had gotten all the fossils before other things got done. Like, I want to say the museum was the first or the second things I A-ranked my last playthrough. That it was something like the offerings or something like else that held things up. No, the ocean was definitely first the last time as well. But I felt like I got the museum done before the offerings the last time versus the other way around. And thank you, Dragon Rose, for the 15 stream streak. And also these mystery coppers that I have, I think that technically can have any of the artifacts in them, period. It's just, the odds are pretty terrible because it's just a large loot pool. But I could be wrong in that. But yeah, also, like, strong recommendation when you're to the point of the museum stuff, enchanting your equipment is very important. People probably noticed that I got the on-hit chance of getting items, the chance of rare items when you break stuff, and then the chance of extra item. They do all stack together. So it is just a thing where each time I'm hitting, I get a roll of the dice of getting some extra stuff. When I break it, I get a chance of getting rare stuff, and I do have a chance of getting extra stuff on top of that. And that's all you're trying to do, is get as many pulls on the RNG slot machine to getting what you're looking for. Because the alternatives are, don't use energy for using your tools. You'll notice we are going the whole day. I'm not even halfway through my energy yet. It is just not a problem past early game. And even if you do go over your energy, you'll end up having stuff like Jammu and that you can make very quickly to manage that, or you'll just have surplus of crops that you don't care about, you can just eat in a pinch. The other one is swing speed. There is a certain amount of argument to me for swing speed. I was using a ring that gave me swing speed for most of the game. We did ultimately switch that over to where it's giving me a proficiency buff, because I believe the proficiency does play into the odds of stuff dropping and everything. I'm not 100% on that, but there's certainly an argument to be said there. And then the last one is like Mighty Hit, which just means for some of these things that take more than one hit, you hit harder so it takes less hits. But once you're at the osmium equipment, other than like the mushroom trees and all that, most stuff you're gonna knock down in just 1 or 2 hits anyways. I don't see much value in Mighty Hit. Yeah, so with the watering canteen or whatever, the water bottle, if it's a 1 point whatever % chance of dropping per mystery chest, in the course of 1 day, we'll already have like a 30% chance of dropping it. It's not actually how it works. We'd have to do the whole thing where you go, okay, there's a 98.5% chance it doesn't drop. Do it again. Okay, well there's now a 96% something chance that it doesn't drop. And you know, like, the rate it would go down would slowly, you know, reduce. Never reaching 0. But the cumulative number of lever pulls, since if it was a 1% chance, your odds in 100, you know, 100 boxes would be much higher than not. It's actually, it goes from being about around 50 boxes, your odds of getting it would be higher than not getting it. But it'd be like roughly a 1 in 3 chance of getting it worth, you know, with 1 day's collection. At the rate I'm going, I might actually get down to 1 in 2 chance. But the point being, if I got 100 coffers, it wouldn't be truly guaranteed. But with that many rolls, it'd be statistically likely probable that I would get it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna guess both the ones we were missing are the underwater ones, because we didn't get that done until we, like, scaled up the museum. And by the time we scaled up the museum, we had reached the point that I want to say we were getting pretty close to finishing the osmium area. We were, like, well into gold early osmium area by the time we got the museum up to the point that they gave us the brush. So I'm gonna guess we just didn't get any of the any meaningful number of the underwater fossil nodes before we just didn't have a reason to dive looking for trash or anything anymore. It's almost time to head home. Yeah, so if this is reflective of a normal day, hopping down here looking for the chests and all that, it looks like I'm going to be in the kind of 20 or so fossil rolls, and like in the 30 to 40 so far as the coffers, which I think is reasonable. I think I'll be able to get quite a bit done with that. That said, I do think I'm also still going to, Oh, I'm just getting so much stuff here. Let's grab the slime out. That could go into a different box. I am thinking, we still, just in case, hit the dig site. Oh dear goodness. We got 269 pirate coffers out of there. Holy crap. Alright. Well, I'm feeling like if it's something that can come out of a pirate coffer, we're gonna get it. Because that is a lot of dice rolls. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I'm gonna need to use the restroom here in a minute. And we'll do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Pro tip, Groucho Gopher. Always keep a trusty weapon in your bag, just in case you come across pesky critters on your journey. You never know. Would you be okay if we kissed? Sure. Alright, I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in.
Touching it now?
Alright, we'll see what happens with this. This is looking spicy. Well,
Are you okay?
you alive in there?
Just a little shook up.
Okay, and relocate our position over here to have some cover. I think in all my time, that has been the single most effective orbital bombardment I've ever used. Considering there is nothing left. There is a pair of corpses left, and everything else got wiped out. Did they revamp that? I remember orbital bombardment being a lot weaker, let alone mining out chunks of the mountain. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh man. Alright, and we are back. So, we want to pop all these boxes and all that. There is nothing over here in this entire area I care about anymore. It could just keep doing its thing. Cause... Right, we're waiting for spring for the mangosteen, and otherwise we're just, we're worrying about fossil stuff. Alright. So we're gonna go up here, we're gonna go ahead and pop the rest of this, because I only checked the one fossil of the two that were missing to see where it came from. And that's where it's like, oh, it's the water nodes. So it is possible that the other fossil is up here. We also have to wait till 8 a.m. for the lab to open. This is gonna be a bit of an awkward day with that. What I'm gonna probably do is I'm gonna do the fossils first. I'm also trying to watch to see if we get any of the water fossils. Okay, I think... No, so we definitely don't get any of the water fossils from here. So that's good information. So we physically cannot get the water fossils from that location. That's good to know that I shouldn't make a huge focus on that if we get the other fossil. So I'll pop all the fossils first. And then I've got a lot of these containers to do. Which will be a whole thing. And unfortunately, the thing I'm looking for seems to only come out of the mystery ones, which are the ones I can't target. They're just underwater anywhere. Process the fossils. There's the skull. And I think that was the spine. So I believe we got both our fossils in one quick go. It's amazing what happens when you actually specifically target the thing you're after. Alright, boom and boom. Fossils done. That leaves one artifact, and that's it. Now let's back inside and see if the cinematic triggers. Okay, there is a chance it has to advance to tomorrow before it matters, or that it has to be, like, later in the day. Yeah, no, it's okay. We ended up stuck in the in the gas lamp district for, you know, a good couple years, which was a bit rough, but we've escaped that, so we're okay. That's why we went to Coral Island. There's like all these rules around what lights are available and all that, so we can avoid that potential threat. So store our T-Rex costume. Okay. We already know the thing we're looking for cannot come out of the pirate coffers. So I think I'm going to make a deliberate decision to not pop the pirate coffers right now. Unless someone opens an IKEA. Don't do that. That'd just be mean. Okay, so like I said, these coffers can't have it. So we're going to leave those behind. Because otherwise I'm going to be doing like 40 trips back and forth to this blacksmith from all of the crap we pop open. So I only care about the mystery coffers, because we only have the one artifact left. What game are you planning to play tomorrow? I don't know. I'm debating doing something like TCG Card Simulator or like the Water Park Simulator. They've had a lot of updates since I last played. Okay, we did pop them all. We did not get what we were looking for. Can we get a shout out for Sui, by the way? He was another fantastic content creator and fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. But yeah, so that's I'm kind of wishy-washying on what I'm playing tomorrow. Haven't quite committed to anything yet. Yeah, so check out Sui playing some or doing some co-working and all that good stuff. They've already got those. Just double checking, make sure you don't have the water bottle just sitting here, because I'm pretty sure we don't. We do not. But yeah, so it's up in the air. Honestly, that does mean I kind of don't need that rope. Since we know now that the place we're going to get our stuff is the mystery area. Alright, so the only thing we care about here is mystery coffers and nothing else. Once we get the mystery coffers, we are done with the museum once we get our thing out of there. I think I will approach this in the once you get like 10-15 of the mystery coffers. Actually, what time does the blacksmith close? 6. Alright. But I figure we go give ourselves enough time to get to the blacksmith at the end of the day just to pop the coffers. Really playing along? Nice. I hope you're enjoying it. I've actually had, there's been a number of people who gave Coral Island a go, and either they're like, oh, it's a little bit buggy, or, you know, they did it early access, or they just haven't gotten to play it. I've had a number of people who, since they started playing, are like, okay, I think I'm gonna boot up some Coral Island. Have you played Enshrouded? I have. I was waiting for it to drop in 1.0 before I revisit it. You bought their Fun Guys? Both of them got a lot. I still intend to get their Fun Guys game. Haven't done so yet, though. Because I think Stairway has absolutely been fantastic. Who are the devs behind Coral Island, for those who don't know? Alright. So you got your partner this after being Rual played for a bit? Currently Cult of the Lamb, Woolhaven has its hooks in you. Yeah, that's another one that's been on the radar as a very strong possibility, is the latest update to Cult of the Lamb. Because Cult of the Lamb's absolutely fantastic as well. Usually when they have like a major update or DLC, I'll do like maybe a day or two of Cult of the Lamb. Not much though. It is a little bit outside my normal content, being kind of a like an action RPG style game. But the Twitch integration is really well done in Cult of the Lamb, in my opinion. And it does a good job of, like, you can get in, you can play, it respects your time. Like, you can finish Cult of the Lamb in not too much time, so it's not like when you're playing, like, Diablo or Path of Exile, where if you want to get to, like, the proper end game, you need to sink, like, 100 hours or so in a league just to get there. Cult of the Lamb is a lot more just like, alright, you know, you'll put a couple dozen hours maybe into a full playthrough if you really want. You can certainly play more if you wanted. So I think it does a good job of that. Because that's kind of one of those things that I don't really get the chance to play a lot of other action RPGs, because a lot of other action RPGs, they're not something you casually hop into, you know, get a satisfactory playthrough and then you're done. They're usually the kind you're like Diablo, Path of Exile, Last Epoch, like all these ones, you know, you're going to be committing a lot of time to play it if you're wanting to see it through. Torchlight can be pretty long too, again, if you're seeing it through.
Husband,
Wifey.
I'm heading downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. I better sleep earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna make sleeping hard for you.
Yeah. 'cause
Yeah.
I'm not sleeping.
Yeah. Life is hard.
What?
I said life is hard.
That's so hard.
Love. Let's see, PoE's Atlas system is like, you need 50 plus hours just to get there. Oh, to get to the Atlas system? At least let's skip the X. Yeah, no, you can finish, I don't know about PoE 2, but PoE 1, you can finish all of the acts in like 6, 7, 8 hours reasonably well if you just gun for it. I used to sit there and be able to, like, in a single play session, just blast through all the acts. But yeah, no, it is frustrating to have to, like, redo the same story again and again and again every single time when you just want to get to, like, the new stuff that is almost always endgame. And, like, don't get me wrong, they'll introduce the mechanics. Yeah, like, they'll introduce the mechanics earlier on so you can kind of check them out. But a lot of times you just kind of habitually want to get to the end game as fast as you plausibly can. Because that's where, like, so much of Path of Exile shines and opens up. I actually like the Atlas system. I like before streaming, when I could just binge a game and have a good time. I very much liked going into Path of Exile, and it would be a thing that when I got to play for the day, I would just be running maps all day, advancing the Atlas. Yeah, no, 20 if you're, like, taking your time is reasonable for, like, getting through all the acts. Especially if you like to go, more, like, bossing single-target builds and less map clear builds. Or you're doing one of those builds where you want to play as your build, but your build doesn't take off at all till later. I'm the kind of player in Path of Exile, I like to get to using my actual skill I'm going to be doing late game as soon as I can, even if it's definitely not the right time. Because there's always been, like, this is the meta to get to the end game the fastest. I just lost track of time and just kept going and going, that's fine. It's 7 p.m. that the... You make your build while you're playing. Oh yeah, no, Path of Exile unfortunately is not a game that you can find too good of success, like ad hocing your build. You'll be able to do stuff, but like once you get to the end game, if you just kind of piecemeal it, your build just won't hold up. You'll figure out whatever your holes are. Like, are you missing resistances on your skill tree? Did you not give yourself enough damage? Without being able to like leverage, you know, some nice balanced approach. It could be just a thing. Or, like, if not balanced, glass cannon with a lot behind your cannon or whatever. But Path of Exile is definitely also one of those games that glass cannon doesn't fully work, because there's no... You know, people joke about this, don't get hit. And the reality is, there's not don't get hit. There is, get hit as little as possible. And what you do get hit, you know, find ways to just use mitigation to make the hit not actually land in a meaningful way. But there's just so many times the game will absolutely just troll you with stuff that's, you know, undodgeable attacks, like area effects, those kind of things. Then you scramble in the game to get your build to work somehow. Yeah, no, that's what I was kind of commenting on, is like, it's the whole thing. You always have to build rework at the end game, because you run doo-doo builds till then. Yeah. Yeah, no, Path of Exile is definitely the game that before League you have to sit down there and start planning. Alright. Yes, trying to remember. And you just do food. Trying to remember the black market lady had something set up around here. I don't think she did. It seems like the black market lady takes the winter off. Which I never thought of before, because usually I didn't need to worry, or not that I didn't worry. Before they gave us the Cavern of Memories, which is just an easy way to get a bunch of stuff, it was worth checking out the black market lady pretty early on. Just to fill in gaps. So also interesting, I no longer need fossil nodes anymore. Fossil nodes now go on the list of things I don't need.
Thank you Igan for subscribing for 2 months. Love the outfit.
Oh, me or my character? Either way, thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, no, both are good. Oh, you're duplicating... That's not what I want. It's fine. I'm just not gonna fuss with it. Both? Yeah. Yeah, this is the Halloween costume we put on. And then we went, you know what we're gonna do? Halloween's forever. Alright. The moth fuzz will be great for this weather. Yep. Well done, farmer. Those fossils are better in the museum than some collector's dusty trophy room. I once got in trouble with a client because he wanted his money back. The problem was the government took the treasure I found, and the client sued me for the unfinished work. It was a mess. My hands were tied and I couldn't do anything about it. Good thing it's all behind me. I've had my fair share of camping and roasted chestnuts. It's safe to say I'm a bit sick of them now. Yeah, so that's probably her hinting, being like, do not give me chestnuts. She is making it clear chestnuts are going to be a solid no in her book. Okay, so let's do the goddess's blessing. And let's try going to the museum now and see if that triggers the event. Thank you. Aw, man, Millie, I can't believe we tripped the power setting up this darn thing. Relax, Scott. I'll just find the breaker and get the lights back on. You stay put. I got this. Okay. Can you keep talking to me? I'm scared. Oh my gosh. I think something's touching my leg. Something's definitely touching my leg. Millie! There, all sorted. Ooh, you're a lifesaver, Millie. Hey, nightmare of my dreams, Moth. How are you doing? Hey, you. You guys should have waited for me. I could have helped avoid this whole blackout. Hey, Groucho Gopher, check this out. What if we made these dinosaurs come alive? I've watched sci-fi films. I know this won't end well. Oh, you worrywart. Listen up. Through high-tech holograms, we can bring dinos to life again. It'll be like stepping back in time. Watch this. This small thing is called a dino print. Oh, it isn't a piece of rock, my friend. Nope. This thing is the key to bringing these dinosaurs to life. This, along with Lily's program, will create dinosaur holograms. Prepare to be amazed. Ready? As she types frantically on a podium with no keyboard. I think the fossils look better. Okay, everything's in place. No blackouts this time? This is impressive. Wow, having all these dinosaurs around? It'll definitely boost our town's rank straight to S. We need to get more dino prints. That we do. Can you imagine if the dinosaurs were alive? I got my dino print from Ben. He got one from some travelers. Costs an arm and a leg, let me tell you. Well, I heard there are more in the Savannah Cavern, but no way I'm going there. That place gives me the creeps, and I'm out of savings. Don't worry, Scott. I'll make sure the town writes you a thank you note for this one. Now, the question is, what are we going to do with the rest of the dino prints? Dino prints. You can find the dino prints in the Savannah Cavern. Accept the donate box construction hologram. Click on the dino print resources. Okay. Oh, okay. So it was glass we needed, not fabric. That's fine. Alright. So dinosaur holograms. So how many prints do I need of each one? 5. I have 10. Okay. I don't know if we can do these asynchronously, but you best believe I'm gonna try. Okay, so let's get this started. We needed batteries, osmium ore, glass, all of the prints. All of the rings. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but we're gonna find out in a minute. And let's see how far we can push this. I'm hoping we can do these asynchronously. If not, it's not the end of the world. Oh, that is what I like to see. So Brontosaurus, done. Yep. Gallimimus, done. Yep. Mammoth, the bestest dinosaur, done. Yep. Mosasaurus, yep. Plesiosaurus, Pterodactyl. Oh, we got the pterodactyl for free. Stegosaurus. Oh, I don't need to dupe the ring. I can just buy the rings. And Triceratops. Alright, so how close are we? Are we going to run out of any materials? So I will need glass, and I will need 2 more illuminating rings. I can buy the glass just going on the computer. Triceratops your favorite? It is an excellent choice. Alright, so I need to order glass. And that'd be the lab. And I'm pretty sure we can't buy stuff from the Band of Smiles through the computer. Which unfortunately means I gotta go there in the afternoon. Yep. Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna... Well, the thing with that is, the way I'm looking at it is I'm gonna end up needing to go and get more of those anyways. Alright, so the only other thing we're missing here is the water bottle, which is where those 15 or so... Oh. Which is where those 15 or so mystery box things come into play. So I just gotta wait for the door to open. Oh, you don't open till 9. Well, that's awkward. So put these down, not you. Put these down in the bottom. But I just need to get 2 more illuminating rings from the Band of Smiles, which again, I think they open at 4. And we're going to immediately leapfrog the museum all the way from A rank to maxing out S rank at the exact same time when all of the prints finish on the same time. And that'll leave just the 1 unit of mangosteen I need to make jam. And then once we make that mangosteen jam, city's S ranked. Everything's done. Is there a quest for that, by the way? Dino Prince? There we go. Waiting patiently outside the business. Please open. I need this. Now, with this, that would be a cumulative total of over 50 of the mystery boxes, which means this is the point, statistically speaking, cumulatively, I would have more of a chance having gotten it than not. But we did not get it. For anyone keeping notes, we did not get it. But we're right at that point where the odds we would have gotten it versus not gotten it from the cumulative, not the individual roll, would be higher. So what we're going to do is we're going to use bad math and just assume that each one of these is just going to have higher and higher odds of giving me what I want. That's not how it actually works at all. But, you know, who needs to face reality when you can live in fiction? Is he most finished in... Oh, I didn't see if they were longer. Ultimately, I have to get to just barely into the next season, just long enough to grab a forageable. And I only need one of it, of osmium quality, and to make a jam, which will take just a, you know, not even a full day. So plan here is going to be to pull up this stuff until it's time we can pop by the blacksmith and Band of Smiles, and then go deal with that. See if we get lucky and get that water bottle in that time. And if so, then we're done with this. If not, then after we get that dealt with, we'll pop back down here for the rest of the evening, and we'll just kind of make that the flow. Because at this point, for things I can work on, we're pretty much at it. Come on. I need purple boxes. It's just getting the mystery boxes. And all that. But then the hope would be to get a lot of mystery boxes. Not doing too good on this one, though. Underwater explosives. So the catch with using the explosives is my scythe has a bunch of enchants that make them better. So chance on hit of getting loot, chance of getting double loot, chance of, you know, getting rare trash. So all those procs you're seeing. A lot of those are from my scythe's enchants. Some of them are from skills or whatever we got from leveling, but the skills will apply to the explosives, but the enchants will not apply to the explosives. So I get way, way more from taking the time to hit these. You're seeing all those ones where it's saying, like, double results, rare results, you know, that's the stuff I'm getting for free. The rare results, I think I have one thing for rare results that comes from my skill tree. You know, you can charge it, but it just does that. The charging it can be good when you have the lower level scythes, but honestly I find most of the time it's easier for me to just have to swing it twice. The scythe charge up is probably the one charge up in the game that's kind of worthless. You gonna wave? Yeah, no, I think it'd be reasonable that, like, for the max one, I'd spin it like this, and it'd go out, like, maybe twice as far. You know, and then you'd have the lower ones wouldn't quite go as far. Make it an AoE around you as opposed to, like, a cone or anything. I think it'd be reasonable. Because I don't even think it'd need to go, like, 5 squares to be worth it. If it just went, like, 2 squares away from you, like, just, like, 1 extra square from what it's already doing, I think that would actually make it pretty worth. Or, if not that, when you charge it up and you're moving a direction, you would actually move like 2 or 3 tiles in that direction, spinning the whole way. You just get like a little bit more coverage. Okay, so this will be the last room we do. And then we're going to go to the blacksmith, see if we got lucky. And then Band of Smiles to buy the 2 rings I need. All right. Let's get to the blacksmith. Give me the water bottle. Nope. And the other ones can't give it to me. So we're not popping them. So after S-Rank, we dump the leftover trash in the ocean on the beach and go back to our 9 to 5. It's like, yep, accomplished my goals. Wiping my hands of this thing. Doesn't even like say goodbye to anyone or anything, just like straight up just deuces out. People are like, where does the farmer go? Like, his whole property is overgrown. Has anyone seen them? Zara begins investigating where their missing husband has disappeared to. I mean, currently we dress as a moth, interrupt the islands or days. Sadly, I think we are S tier. Alright, so illuminating rings. 1 and 2. I'll grab an extra in case I can't count. And let's get the last of the museum stuff all hooked up. And then basically we keep diving for the purple boxes until we get the last one. And then after that, it's just fast forward to spring until we can get the mangosteen. Get 1 mangosteen, make a mangosteen jam. And then we S-rank. Oh, right, it's here. So, Dinosaur Hologram, Triceratops. That's not Tyrannosaurus Rex. Icon words, definitely the same thing. Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus. I read this and clicked on that. And then Velociraptor. So literally the same day the holograms became available, we have queued them all. Every single one of them. Alright, so we just need 1 mangosteen. And a water bottle. And that's all that's left in the game. We're gonna pop back down here and go back to smashing these things. And this is definitely a thing I see no reason to slow time. Because like, wait, we were hoping if you need to find those, we could finish the code. Yeah, it's like, wait, we haven't built out our electrical system. You did hear that we blew the breaker just hooking up one of those things, right? We cannot be booting up 10 of these. We are not ready for that. I figured this was going to take you at least a couple months to the better part of a year. No time, Scott. Must S rank. Yeah, it's like, It made you find all these weird rings. Trust me, we did not need illuminating rings. Do you know how a projector works? I assure you, it is not shoving a ring into a box and hoping it works. You know, we do have light bulbs in this world. We do live in a bougie tourist town that does have lit roads at night. All right. Come on, mystery coffers. And I have no idea if, like, the tier of the trash matters, because there's trash that takes more hits in the osmium area than the other ones. I don't know if that matters at all. I like to think in my head that the tougher the trash, the broadly better the drops. I have no evidence to back that up. But in my heart, I want it to be true, because then it feels more meaningful that I bother with this, versus the alternative is going to the bronze area. It's going to take the same time, because it's still one hit per box, or per trash piece. Again, we're probably about the mid-50s. Actually, no, we're probably pretty close to about 60 mystery coffers we've popped. And again, it was a bit over 1% chance per mystery coffer of getting what we were looking for. So pretty much the reality is, probability-wise, once we passed about 50, the odds that we would have found it versus not found it, the odds were higher that we have found it by that point. Once we pass about 100, then the odds we hadn't found it by that point would be, you know, significantly low. It doesn't change that each box is still a 1% and some change chance. But, you know, the larger probability. Okay. But even if we only get like 10 or so chances per go, that's still pretty decent for going for something that's only 1% chance. I've definitely played games like Path of Exile and Final Fantasy and some of those where like, oh, I'm looking for this. It's, you know, 0.01% chance of dropping off this boss encounter that takes you like 10 minutes to work through. And I've definitely ground those out to get those items, which is obnoxious. I'm exaggerating a little, not quite that bad, like 0.1%. I think 100% for a big long boss fight, I probably would have been like, F this, I'm out. But like 0.1%, you're like, okay, realistically I'm gonna probably have to go in this, you know, like 100 attempts, but if it's a boss I can just redo again and again pretty quickly. Diablo 2 drop rates? Oh yeah, and I mean, the action RPGs, there's a lot of items that have those absurd drop rates. Or like World of Warcraft has had a bunch of those where like I've gotten the undead horse mount from, what was it, Skullamons? Like I got that. Like once upon a time. I mean, it wasn't even farming for it either. That was back in the days when you had your half-tier set. And the Warlock half-tier set, I think it was the pants? Came from there. And yeah. Drop all that there. you here. Drop you there. If you recall, WoW Lich King's sword had less than a 0.1 drop rate. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's like the Thunder Fury parts had a ridiculously low drop rate. Look at a whole bunch of dinosaur holograms going. All right. The rest of the museum is great, but nothing beats the first hologram dinosaur. If you stumble upon something on the island that looks super old, make sure to take it to the museum. It could be a really rare artifact. There's a ton of fish around here, you know? I see them on the surface all the time. You are giving me way old information. Oh yeah, no, Thunder Fury was a ridiculous pain in the butt grind. Alright. So I'm gonna pop this again. I'm gonna immediately jump in here, and we're gonna do this until 9 AM, which is when the blacksmith opens. And then we'll pop out, we'll see if we got lucky with the coffers, and then we're gonna jump back in. Or, I mean, if we get lucky with the coffers, we won't jump back in. Then it's wake up, go to bed. Wake up, go to bed. All the way to spring. You married to the museum lady? No, we married the treasure hunter. There's no museum lady. There's Scott owns a museum, and there's Millie who kind of is like... I'm not sure what her actual title is, because she kind of runs the library, but she kind of also is like the assistant to the mayor, and she also kind of oversees stuff. Like, maybe if, she could be maybe the city manager? So you'd have, like, the mayor who is the person who has the title, and then the city manager's the one, like, kind of actually doing the organization stuff of it. So between that and Hydraxian rep, etc., 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 definitely will appreciate single player just spawning it. Oh, you mean the Thunder Fury? Doesn't the treasure hunter deal with the museum? Not specifically. She talks about being commissioned and all that. You do have her storyline. You do find a treasure that you collectively, you and her, decide to give to the town for the museum. But they don't really allude to the fact that she is, you know, specifically doing treasure hunting for the town or the museum. They never have her, like, contribute an artifact that you're aware of other than the one from the story. So it's, you know, tenuous at best. She doesn't do the Indiana Jones, it belongs in a museum, after single-handedly being responsible for destroying irreparable archaeological dig locations. He's like, I got the MacGuffin, and then I destroyed the entire archaeological site that could have given us plenty of information about civilizations past. But, you know, I got the cup, and that's pretty cool. Come on, canteen. Come on, water. There it is. Water bottle done. I'm going ahead and popping the rest of these because... And we got a second water bottle. You know, just in case one wasn't enough. It belongs in whoever's collection can best put food on the table. Yeah. It belongs in whoever's collection pays me. It belongs in an auction. Okay, so with this, we drop you in the museum. And then, other than just waiting for the holograms to get done, the museum is donezo. Boom. And we got the magical unicorn onesie. We can collect our rewards. So we can get a judge wig, and we can get, you know, sort of a Indiana Jones, Lara Croft, whatever, like, outfit where it's, you know, the shirt with, like, the straps on and everything. With the pouches and all that. So we can drop all you off. Drop you off. Alright, so verification. SS, that's at A, just waiting on our last couple materials. Yeah, and that'll be just waiting on that. Alright, we're gonna go to sleep. And one thing I'm gonna do when we wake up is we're gonna take a quick detour to the offering location. Okay, so I do have... Oh, I think it's adding 2 days for each one, so they are doing in sequence. I just have them all queued up in advance. Well, that's gonna be a little annoying. It's fine. We're gonna be fast-forwarding a lot of days is what that means. Let's just take 2 seconds real fast. And just go to... Well, actually, no, that says we're done with 3 of them. Alright, good morning, good night. I'm taking a few of those self-care PTO days. Good morning, good night. Because we need to get to spring to get the mangosteen. And then we get our 1 mangosteen of osmium quality, make the jam, the mural's done. And that's literally just cycling until all these holograms get done. It kind of sucks that they are in sequence. Normally, again, I would be running around. The Winter's Fair is happening today. Sorry. Can't be bothered. And meanwhile, Zara's like, please, I need you to leave the home. Come on. Just please. You can't stay here all day. Alright, so 24. 4 more days. And then we're into spring. Then we get the mangosteen, and we get the the mural done. And then after that, we just gotta fast forward until the museum's done. Oh, wait. Here, I made you something for breakfast, Hunt. It's a special. Hey, did you want a fruit tart? Oh, this is nice. Thanks for sharing it with me. You're welcome. I'm very thoughtful. Okay. 3 more days of the season. I'm such a considerate husband. Don't worry about it. Re-gifting to your wife who's standing right there. It's like, I know you made this fruit tart for me. Did you ever consider that maybe you want the fruit tart more? You're welcome. Now, good news is we'll be mostly done with the holograms here by the time we get there anyways. Yeah, so like every 2 days we're getting a hologram done. And everyone's like, has anyone seen Groucho Gopher? It's been a couple weeks. Do we need to send one of the doctors to do a wellness check? To be fair, your partner has done that with something for me. And answering, did you want some? With heck yes. Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely a thing, like, if someone makes you, like, a cake or something, and you're like, okay, well, you know, hey, let's actually split this. You know, I don't want, like, this is great, we should split it, we should share it kind of thing. I've done that before. Hey, it's New Year's Festival. Well, unfortunately, I'm going back to bed. Alright. So we still made about $500,000. Mostly from cactus mead. And it's now spring. So now I need to go and find a mangosteen. So after going into hibernation for like 2 weeks during the winter, we emerge from our cave. We wipe the crust from our eyes. Hey, thanks, red curry. Do you want some red curry? Oh, this is nice. Thanks for sharing it with me. Oh goodness, the mail. Charlottetown residents, you are invited to New Year's Festival tomorrow, winter 28th, at 7 p.m. at the Hillside Vineyard. It's time for a community to come together and enjoy some games and fireworks. And for the lovebirds, romance under the mistletoe. Ooh, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Can't go wrong with breakfast curry? I mean, I wouldn't complain. Okay. So mangosteen can be in a lot of places. So we're looking for a little purple fruit. It may not be here today, which is okay. We can also check at the savannah. Okay, so the mangosteen cannot show up at the savannah. Alright, well, the mangosteen is not available for us. That's gross. Get it out of here. Going back to bed. All right. Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Really do appreciate you always hanging out and all that good stuff. And also plays a lot of fun stuff like RimWorld has been doing some Hightail, a whole bunch of good stuff like that. So definitely recommend checking them out. Good times over there. And recently partnered. So that's pretty cool. I found this boot in the forest. I don't know what to do with it since there's only one, and I can't wear it. Dad says you find a lot of stuff, so maybe you can find the other one. And artifact sold. Alright, forageable. Mangosteen sighted. Okay, so we need to go into the forest for the mangosteen. And it's osmium quality right on the get-go. So we just need to make this into jam, and then the mural is done. Okay. And now that we've done that, we're going back to bed. Yeah, so 6 more days, and then it's S rank. Yeah. Oh, and I hope you like jamming too. Jamming. Alright. There is the jam. There's the other jam. And now I drop this off at the temple. Or sorry, the mural. And that'll be the mural done. Okay. Whoa, you finished it all. So cool. Right. Sorry, I didn't mean... Well done, Groucho Gopher. You have completed the Guardian mural, a testament to your dedication and open heart. This mural not only honors the Guardians, but also reflects the unity and diversity of our community. Now that you have met all the Guardians, I hope you understand that an open mind is key to harmony. You have seen that we do not have to look or behave in the same way to live together peacefully. We are all unique, yet we all share the same world. This mural shows we can celebrate our differences and find strength in diversity. Go forth and spread this message of unity. The world is more beautiful because of souls like yours. She's also like, you look like a moth. I am very confused by your people. Alright, and we can just run over here. And drop this off. What is this one? Oh, that must be like the thing for doing the unit. You know what? I forgot we have the neck tattoo. Sure. We'll wear the we're bragging about finishing the mural thing. I forgot we got like the big like full neck and upper chest tattoo. Because I was just like, oh my god, that would hurt so much to have someone tattooing over your Adam's apple. That sounds awful. You see a distinct lack of lamp? Yeah. That's the reason the moth went away. It just couldn't find lamp. Because lamp is love. Nice ink. Yeah, the tattoos are a new thing they added with 1.2b. So we tatted up everything we could. Alright, this is gonna take us a minute to go through these days. Because just have to wait for it to give, like, the breakdown of how much money we made, i.e. nothing, because we're not bothering to leave bed. So we got 3 more days. And in 3 days, we will officially be S-ranked. Two more days. So spring 9th is the day. We got an ad break going. Oh. After being locked into the house for, 3-4 weeks, stuff happens. You know how it is. Alright, so we're gonna wait just a minute here before we advance the day. We do have an ad break going on, so some people will be stuck in that. So I just want to make sure the people who have been watching this for this long get their payout of seeing the S rank conclusion kind of thing. Because we only gotta wait like another... Womp. Just a meteor strike, don't worry about it. Do you want to have a baby? Sure, why not? You felt an impact last night. TMI. I made something, honey. Figured you could use a hearty meal. If you're here to ask me about the animals in the mural by the lake, I'm afraid I can't help much. I don't really know that area well. You see, we follow the Sims Woohoo rules. Yep. I also noticed she's like, I made you food, and she gave us wasabi paste. Zara? That is a pretty bold snack. Just straight up eating wasabi paste. Alright, so just give another 10 seconds for the ad break to end. That way we can get to the S rank and everyone can make sure to see, because I don't remember exactly when the cinematic triggers and all that. Alright, 3, 2, 1, and everyone should be back. Okay, everyone, we're about to hit S rank. I deliberately delayed triggering the last hologram finishing until the ad break was done, just so no one would miss anything. Oh, right, the wasabi paste. Alright. I don't remember we get a cinematic right away, or we have to, like, go to town, or... Visit the community center. Dear Groucho Gopher, we're gathering by at the lake tomorrow to celebrate spring. Oh, we've missed that. With a potluck. Dear Groucho Gopher, congratulations on reaching rank S. We've added new books to the library. Furry Herring, Fact or Fiction, Rare Butterflies of the World, Coral Island's Most Wanted Critters, Old Farmer Diary, Do Good, an investigation into the effects of ethical dilemmas on coral reefs in fish communities. I forgot they even gave you more books. I don't even remember what those books... I think they give you another recipe or whatever. But with this, we go to the community center to hit our rank S. Isn't it incredible how our town is transformed and now that we're rank S? Everyone is pouring their hearts and preparing for the big celebration tomorrow. Don't you love it, dear? Yes, it's nice to see everyone working together. How much does it pay to help? I'm here to help out, maybe sneak a cupcaker here. Yeah, it's nice to see everyone working together. I couldn't agree more. This sense of community is what makes our town so special. Hey, isn't it great to see you? Thanks to you, our town is rank S. We're busy preparing for the big ribbon-cutting ceremony. Want to lend a hand? Great, we could use an extra pair of hands. Can you help Erica sweep, and then Scott a hand with the decorations? Oh, thank goodness you're here. I was beginning to think I'd be stuck sweeping until next week. The great residents of Starlet Town, today is a momentous occasion for our town. Thanks to Groucho Gopher's hard work and contributions, we have reached the highest town rank, rank S. Our town isn't just as good as it was before, it's even better. Please give it up for Groucho Gopher. Look around. We have a cinema, a clean ocean, a renovated inn, a fantastic solar garden. These achievements are thanks to the dedication, Groucho Gopher. The day you joined our community was a turning point for all of us. Please have the honor of cutting the ribbon. And now, without farther ado, let's cut the ribbon and officially reopen our town. Groucho Gopher's done a lot of heavy lifting for this town. Uh-huh. At least in this one, the others, they imply contribute significantly, even if in reality it's still the same thing where you source everything. So that's basically like the ending cinematic at that point, if I'm not mistaken. We'll try going to sleep and waking up and seeing if there's more. I don't think there's more that happens. Like, I think there might be, like, one more cinematic or whatever. But let's go ahead and we'll crash for the night in-game. Because at this point, we do have a couple of quests I haven't done. I'm not going to chase those. It's the Mayor's Hat and then this one. This one takes forever. The Expedition. Which all it is it basically makes the merfolk available in town a couple, you know, like a week out of a month, or a week a season or whatever. And so it's kind of neat, because you'll see them wandering around and you have, like, all their stories. But it's just, like, getting to know any other character. And I definitely don't want to take the time to do all that. Alright. S rank. New books in the library. And they'll give me $25,000. Which is utterly meaningless to me at this point. And 1,000 merit points. And pretty much everyone's gonna like us more. Or just 6 people. Oh, and it's a Cherry Blossom Festival today. That's fine, I don't care. Honestly, that would be a really good reopening the town day. Hey, we've done this whole big thing. By the way, it's our big festival. So I'm just going to run to the middle of town. If we get a cinematic, great. If not, then that might be it for Coral Island. Because at this point, we have kind of exhausted the main gameplay. The only things we haven't done that are still outstanding is, like I said, getting to know all the different characters and having all their storylines trigger. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure at this stage, you can keep playing forever, getting to know everyone, doing all that stuff. But yeah, so this has been Coral Island. Like I've said before, this is a game I absolutely adore. We're not wrapping stream, we're just going to switch games here. Probably something I could do as a throwaway for an hour or two or whatever. Well, like 2 hours. But yeah, it's definitely been, like, of this genre, pretty close to my favorite game. Like, this game and Stardew, I actually like this one more. Granted, I have more nostalgia for Stardew. But, between the two, I feel like this one does a lot more, which makes sense. It came after Stardew. They've had time to look at Stardew, kind of building up with all that, and going with that. So yeah. So we got the town rank S. Like I said, the things we still have left is just getting to know everyone. We've done most of the quests and all that. There'll be have a couple individuals that once we get their relationship higher, I would get a quest with that person to see their story through. And I mean, there's a lot there. Like, if you look at your characters, we have a ton of characters, and they all have quests that you get to know them. Even the non-romanceable people will have story quests, all that. Have you played Wildflower? I believe I did play it briefly. But then you also have them. They've got their own story. And then the merfolk, I actually apparently didn't meet 2 of them. Oh, that's the tattoo artist. I guess because I didn't walk behind the counter and introduce myself to her directly, it considers me having not met her because I've only purchased tattoos from her. But all of them have stories and quests you can do. But that's the kind of stuff I think is better for players to explore for themselves. Me just going through and voicing all that, we would be here for years. There is just so many people. One of the only downsides I would say of Coral Island Your son has 0 hearts? Yeah, I've never interacted with my son. Why would I do that? But, one of the only downsides I would say from Coral Island is they don't have any type of mechanic to, like, divorce or reset the relationship or, like, have an alternate timeline or anything. And it wouldn't be that bad if there's only, like, 4 or 5 or 6 people to date to, like, see their story through. But there's, like, 30. So the reality is, you basically have to do a playthrough per character to get to know them and see their story. And that would be my one thing if I were to have one thing I'd love for them to add. I don't care, like, what system they decide to go with. I think, like, an alternate timeline kind of thing might be fun, where what you could do is you would have, like, your playthrough here, and then, you know, once I've seen Zara's story, if I'm like, okay, I want to see the other story, you could use some magic item or whatever, and instead of having it, like, the feels bad divorce thing, you would jump to a alternate timeline where the two of you didn't get married, and then everything else would remain the same. So everyone else's relationship would be just as far, and it would just, you know, take that character and drop them back down to, like, just wherever the thing was before you committed. But the all character stories end at 8 stars, and you don't need to date them. Well, right, but there's actually a lot of, like, really sweet scenes and all that happen at 10 stars. So, like, that's the whole thing. Like, you'll get some of the ideas, but, like, there is additional scenes you do get at 10 stars. And then after that, they're also adding to the game extra post-marriage relationship stuff and all that. So it is one of those things that I would love to see all that content later on, too. I'm not playing through the game 30 times. As much as I love it, that is a lot of playthroughs. It took me a long time to get through all the bachelorettes of Stardew Valley. It took years for me to finally circle back to being like, oh, I want to play some Stardew Valley. Let's go romance the next one. And all that. But with all that said, so what I think is going to end up happening is we're going to go ahead and exit out of Coral Island here. For those watching on YouTube, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream on the YouTube side because we're switching games and I don't feel like setting up all the other stuff on the next one. We'll see if I get there. Maybe, I mean 2 hours. Maybe I do set up. Yeah, so YouTube, you're going to get dropped here, and I'll probably start up a another stream for whatever game we switch to. So get them out of here for a moment, and we can close that out of the way. Dismiss this, get that out here. All right. But yeah, so I absolutely adore this game.